Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies, gentlemen, and interested others. Hello. There, it's better. It's a little shorter now. What if I live streamed like this the whole time? You think it would do well? You think if somebody sees this on their short feed, they're going to just be like, I gotta check this out? Look at that guy's face. Maybe I should go to his live stream. He's so close to the camera. Everybody would enjoy that. I don't really think a lot about the visuals of things. Hey, Anthony is. Hey, Daniel Barry Sports Highlights. Hey, how do you say your name? Liam Icky? Liam C. How do you say that? I have no idea how to say your name. We're going to do some chores this morning. Right now, I just got up not that long ago. I watched Bartender Glass of God. Which is an anime that is about cocktails. Let's see what you say there. Icy. Oh, Liam Icy. Okay, cool. Now I know. Now I know how to say your name. So, I do have some chores to do this morning. But before we get started on those chores, I haven't even pulled any bowls yet this morning or anything. I just got up, had a cup of coffee, and hit the nicotine vape a couple times, Which I gotta say really seems to be. Where's my email? You want me to look at my email? Or do you want my email address? My email address is right here in the description. Here you go. So what kind of chores are we going to do this morning? Well, once I finish pulling some bowls, settle in a bit here, and feel the readiness within my heart, then the first chore we're going to do is I'm going to put some pants on. I'm currently just wearing boxers. That's the first chore we're going to do. After I'm ready to start doing chores, which is not quite yet, Second chore we're going to do, I think, is deal with that foyer table. I don't want that table in the foyer. I want that table in the kitchen. I want the kitchen table, I don't know where. Maybe outside. Who knows? Could be in the attic as well. And then, well, we'll figure out what we're going to do then, I guess. I feel a great deal of pleasure, satisfaction, at the fact that when I called Course Gold Auto, we got a reasonable quote on replacing the clutch, under $2,000, which is really a relief after I was quoted $3,500 by the dealer. Alex Apple, no, my father was a wonderful father in some ways. Definitely a hard ass, a good dad, but I think it's fair to say that he was disappointed in me. You know, I wasn't really the son he wanted, but he loved me anyway. I don't have any uncle. Oh, actually, I do have an uncle, but he lived cross country and obviously was also is still alive. He was a good man. No, Alex Apple. My parents are dead and not siblings. Okay. My dead parents are in the garage, and their ashes are in the garage. But I will give you this, Alex Apple. Your particular variety of provocation is not one that I've encountered before, so at least it's new. Eye squiggles, thumbs up to you as well. No, I didn't. Nobody pulled any ditties around me. Man, I would love to see that guy get arrested and put in jail. But it's unlikely to happen. I think he's got too much money and too much ability to prevent. Oh, you emailed me. Okay, I'll check my email. Is that you? That's a funny picture. No, I don't have any grandkids. I have a daughter. She's 25. She lives in Los Angeles. And I have a vague desire. Good morning, Finland. I have a vague desire to have a grandkid, maybe. But unlike Delilah's mom, I'm not telling her like, when are you gonna get married and have a kid? You know, she can she can do what she wants. Obviously, you know. If I don't ever have any grandkids, I'm fine with that. Actually, there once was a day when I was said, "No, we have to have another kid to carry on the family." I don't give a fuck, frankly. I don't imagine I'd be an especially involved grandparent because we live up here in Mariposa. Delilah lives down in Los Angeles, so that's that. I don't even talk to her in like maybe a month or something. Every once in a while, I'll call her if I feel like, especially if I see I'm watching cartoons in the morning or something, and I see there's a cartoon where there's a father-daughter relationship and it's emotional in the cartoon or something, and I'll usually call her after that and be like, "Oh, I love you." But other than that, it's easy for me to forget about her. Really, it's just she and I each have our own lives. I'm not one of those parents who lives through their child. I'm like, okay, Delilah, you're old now, so I'm going back to playing full time. Heart L3YA Heart asks, "What is your dream, Eric?" My dream is to live in a world where I can always get whatever drug I want in just 1 second. That would be wonderful. Maybe half a second. Maybe 1 second is too long. God damn it! I need another bottle of propane from a torch. I don't want to have to go. We might have to do this chore too. I have extra bottles of propane down in the shed. Why are they in the shed? I don't know. I should just bring them all up here. But I may have to drive down to the shed in the little wilderness car. Because, of course, you don't expect me to walk down the hill, do you? And back up the hill. I don't think so. That'd be. That's not in the cards. We only have 1 acre of land, right? And it's not that, which is not that much land. The shed is just down the hill right there. But it's a steep hill, so I prefer to drive the little wilderness car down there. Okay, that way I don't have to walk back up the hill. So we'll do that. Yeah, I can take you with me to do that. That the internet reaches down there, not all the way into the shed exactly, but close. I've driven down there with the stream before, so I know it works. We're coming up on. Hey, Faded Freddy. Are you faded? I'm trying to get faded. That was just my first bomber for the day, So, what was I gonna say a second ago? Right, the little wilderness car, go down to the shed, get another bottle of propane, and I'm gonna deal with the foyer table and the kitchen table, move those around. Right, we're gonna put on some pants. I should get some more coffee. Okay, that's good. I got that Adderall fully melted and consumed now. Such a gross taste, it tastes like chemical death. What's up, batshit crazy? I like your name. Shit, crazy. It's like Rachel, my wife. She had for an Instagram name because she was briefly into Paperboy, the video game. She named herself Paper Girl. PAHPERGUHURL. Paper Girl. Now she's the Road Rash. This is Road Rash. That's what her Instagram name is now. This is Road Rash. Because why? Because she's super into playing Road Rash. And now I don't have a favorite serial killer. Who has a favorite serial killer? It's like, do you have a favorite form of cancer? No. They're all bad. There's no favorite form of cancer, and there's no favorite serial killer. Did you guys hear about Danny Masterson? Apparently, he's in jail, right? Danny Masterson is the guy who used to be on that '70s show, who was found guilty of rape and sentenced to 30 years. Anyway, he was staying in his cell, refused to leave his cell for like several days because he had heard that there was a hit out on him in jail. And so finally, after 3 days, I guess they have a rule in jail that if you don't if you don't eat anything for 3 days, that the guards escort you to the mess hall or whatever. Anyway, as they were escorting him to the mess hall, two gang members attacked him, and so I guess he was right about there being a hit out on him. But anyway, now they're moving him to a medium security prison called California Men's Colony. I found that out on a short that was recommended to me before I started this stream. It makes me happy that he was found guilty and sent to jail. I hate the idea of like rich entitled people getting away with shit. And it's also one of those things where you kind of have to make a determination about a person holistically. Because, everybody makes mistakes, but there's a difference between making mistakes and just having a habit of feeling entitled to abuse people. I sold you crack? Oh, that's where my crack went. I was planning to smoke that crack myself, but I guess I must have sold it for some reason. Libran Jammies. Libran Jammies. First of all, maybe you should have tried a little harder against the Nuggets instead of buying crack from me. Well, I linked you. That's where my crack pipe went, was to you? Limp Dixkit? Why can't I say your name? Limp Dixkit. Limp Dixkit. All right, cool. That's all right. I've got multiple extras. It's fine. Obviously, when you're a regular serious crack smoker like me, then you've got a whole cabinet full of crack pipes. So I should be fine. If not, I can make more crack pipes with my torch and some glass. Okay? It's fine. I'm an expert at that sort of thing. You give me some form of glass, okay, and a torch. I can make some kind of meth pipe out of it. You can trust me in that regard. It's like you don't need to buy meth pipes. You just need glass and a torch. Of course, some glass doesn't really work very well. It can be an activity I haven't done in a very long time, obviously, but blowing glass pipes can be a burn intensive activity. You can tend to burn yourself trying to do that. You got to be careful with the glass, or wear gloves or something. Because glass conducts heat, obviously, and if you don't have a long enough tube, and you'll burn your fingers. But fortunately, I don't do that stuff anymore. And I don't know. It's fortunate, really. I guess it is. At the same time, I liked it a lot. I thought it was a lot of fun. Meth. Everybody says it's all horrible, devil, whatever, but I thought it was fun. I had so much fun during my meth period. Making crazy art, doing all kinds of fun stuff. Me and Corey had a great time. Hey, Mr. Kartoffel. Libran Jammies. What I think is interesting here is how, what happens when people come in purely to provoke and I don't successfully get provoked. In this instance, Alex Apple came in trying to provoke and It didn't actually provoke me, and just left right away, which is a sensible enough thing for. Oh, where did they go? Huh. Well, whatever. I tested my glass artistic skills when my mouthpiece broke on the only glass bowl I had. In desperation, I got it hot enough to roll a new one. Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen these things, but in some liquor stores or convenience stores, quickie marts or whatever, they have teeny paper flowers inside of a little glass tube you could presumably buy and give to your girlfriend or something. That those only exist for one reason, because they're made to blow glass pipes out of. And you just take the little flower out, throw it away, a little paper flower out, and throw it away, and then you blow that into a glass pipe. So that's why those things exist if you've ever seen them before. If you didn't know, like, who buys these? I used to think that, like, what are these things? Who buys these? Why would anybody buy one of these things? It's a little tacky plastic paper flower in a glass tube this long. Then I came to understand what they were actually for. Hi, Boxer. I am indeed live. In Ohio, those glass roses can be found at just about every corner store and drive-thru. Right. And what are they for? They're for people who are blowing glass pipes with the torch. That's the cheapest way to blow glass pipes. And you don't have to go to a head shop or something to get it. You can get it anywhere, like Limp Dick's Kit. Limp Dick's Kit. Your name is so hard to say. I'm gonna call you LD, I think. Oh, in this hand I have a lighter, in this hand I have a vape, nicotine vape. I quit smoking almost a month ago. After smoking for decades, I quit just like minutes before my 53rd birthday. I said I was going to quit before my 53rd birthday. It's like 11:58. I put up my last cigarette and threw out all the cigarettes I had left. I, as far as I'm concerned, my jury is still out on these things as to whether they're bad for you or not. But what's definitely the case is I don't like them nearly as much, so I don't hit it that often. But this thing feels really good to hold in your hand. Sometimes I hold both of them like this. Like this one's tobacco flavored, this one's unflavored, but it's kind of got some mintiness to it or something. I don't know. Why did I quit smoking? I didn't want to get COPD. Did you go through withdrawals? I don't know what that means. Why are there so many INFJ videos on the internet? Because there are two competing forces in typology. One, represented by me, is accuracy. The other is making money. For people who want to make money off typology, what you do is you make either tests that tell people they're the types that are sexy: INTJ, INFJ, ENTP, INTP, especially. Okay, those four. And so, if you want to make money off typology, you set up a test or something that tells most people they're INFJs, ENTPs, INTPs, or INTJs, and then gives them some sort of report on how special that type is, and then they can pay more for an additional report on how special they are. And of course, regardless if they pay more or not, all these people go, "Oh, I'm INFJ, the world's rarest type," and then they want to watch videos about themselves, right? So INFJ videos are gonna get a lot more meows views than meow. Did you go through the drawers? I still don't know what you mean. Are you Are you like typing into the wrong chat or something? Or typing in here what you meant to be texting somebody or something? Can you imagine how many times you've said because in your life? Hopefully, very, very, very many. Because is one of the most important words in the English language. Because, oh, they go through withdrawals. Oh, good intuition there, Jeremiah. Fix. Good intuition. Um, so did I go through withdrawals? No, but yes, sort of. Uh, I I'm frequently, very often triggered associatively to go have a cigarette, and um, I don't smoke cigarettes anymore, so instead I'll sometimes hit one of these Nick vapes or I'll smoke some weed or something. But it's not it's not that painful because I really came to terms with the fact that I was giving up my old friend's cigarettes. I took weeks to get accustomed to the idea that it was gone. It was going to be gone from my life, as though cigarettes simply disappeared from the world. Do a survey, do a poll. Okay. Mm. Pick a breakfast. Cereal, bagel, and cream cheese. Eggs and bacon. Just coffee. There we go. Thanks, Moose. Why is playing the guitar well so goddamn hard? Um, I would say that whatever is not your primary instrument is always so goddamn hard. Like, I don't know if you've seen my bass, Moose. I got a bass, and a bass rig here, and this is my bass. It's a great bass. Oh my god, this bass is so great. And I've had Corey picked it out, played every single bass at Mojo Music, picked this one out, said it's the best one. And then Matt came up here and played it, and he's like, "Oh my god, this bass is so fantastic." Um, but what I've determined playing the bass is the key skills of playing the bass are a little different than playing the guitar. Even though I play the guitar with my fingers and I do this stuff no problem, I can sort of play the bass well. The key thing about the bass is that it's like note duration. I notice this when I'm recording stuff. Like, the bass needs to be locked in with the rhythm section, so every, like, the length of each note that you're playing, the duration of sustain or whatever, needs to be super precise. And I find that, like, and you have to be precise steadily, consistently over time. You have to be super metronomic. You have to have the skills of a drummer and the skills of a guitarist that plays with his fingers. Is this hot yet? Oh yeah, it's already hot. I wasn't sure if that heated up yet or not. Hi, Bubbles. Bubbles is here eating and very happy about it. Because his tail's in a question mark. Anyway, so I like playing the bass, but what I've realized is because I'm not a very good because I'm not first and foremost a bass player. Um, when I record it, if I'm going to use a recording of my bass playing, I have to do a lot of note to note editing because it's not precise enough. I have a sort of bargain with myself sometimes, like if we just wait a little longer, we'll have our indulgence. But watching videos about yourself would be equivalent to liking one's own balls, in my opinion. Kind of a weird thing to do, licking one's own balls. Well, you know what, Limp Dick's Kit, for a lot of people who, um, for a lot of people, okay, well, there are two ways to know and to decide, okay? You can know objectively with your intuition what is correct about the world. Oh yeah, I can't write a song on the bass at all. I would never even dream of trying to write a song on the bass. The bass is just there to be the bass after you've done everything else, and hopefully it comes out good. Uh, so there's if you know intuitively about the world, in other words, your knowledge is directed objectively. It may not be correct, but it's objective in the sense that it's not being influenced by what you subjectively want. You know it's true despite yourself. Try refreshing the page, Goblin. Unless you're on your phone, in which case I don't know. And then additionally, the other subjective epistemic is you're either making decisions by deliberating externally, objectively against consistency. So, in other words, you're checking words for accuracy and consistency and stuff like that. Or you're deliberating against your own interests. You know what's important to you, what you want a lot, and that's determining that's the determining factor in which statuses you apply. So what ends up happening is you get people who have subjective epistemics who want to be a special personality type, who believe themselves to have all these attributes. I'm so intuitive, I'm so intelligent, I'm so creative, right? Um, and so then they say, well, the way to understand this best is I am an INFJ. So those subjective types, they are sometimes unable to accurately know about themselves because they know very clearly what they'd like to be, what they want, what their own experience was and what their feelings are. So they don't know very clearly, accurately about themselves in relation to others. They believe themselves to be very creative, but actually, they're not very creative compared to people who are very creative. They believe themselves to be very intelligent, but actually, they're kind of dumb. They believe themselves to be whatever. So you get those types of subjective people. But the other side of it, like people like Rachel, who's an actual INFJ, howdy, man with the great machete, she doesn't feel like she can know who she is by referencing her own experience or her feelings because she has both objective epistemics and no subjective ones. So people like her, in order to understand herself, she seeks external explanations, things like astrology, tarot, personality type, numerology, enneagram. And then she feels like she can understand herself because people explain herself to her and she goes, yes, that does resonate with me, or no, it doesn't. When it doesn't resonate with her, then she gets like, oh no, and then she'll talk to me about it. And I point out, okay, Rachel, you're looking to, let's say, this astrological site or video about our compatibility or something. And it's saying things that you don't want to hear about us, like maybe that we're not compatible or something. So, what I would like you to do, Rachel, is to ask yourself this: forgetting about astrology and stuff, in your day to day experience, are we actually compatible? And she'll go, okay, yeah, I understand. I'm doing that thing again where I'm forgetting that I have my own data from my own experience and I have my own feelings that are informative about things. She's a lot better with recognizing her own feelings because that's sixth a lot. It's countervalued. She doesn't like it when her own feelings come into play, but she is capable of sort of recognizing when and like what I mean more manifest is, hey, that's not fair. Like silly stuff that yes, astrology is all BS. I agree, Summit. Astrology is BS. No, I'm not seeing aliens. Obviously, I think the true thing that I think is astrology and tarot and numerology and all that stuff is completely bullshit. I have no respect for any of it. But I love my wife very much, so I don't shit on it when she's around, obviously. I just let her do her thing. And even though it's completely bullshit, Rachel used astrology to choose this place to live, Mariposa. She has there's this app on her web page or something that tells her the astrological compatibility of a place with her and the astrological compatibility of a place with me. Mariposa was a place that had good compatibility with both people, right? Yeah, I like tarot too. Um, and I think that tarot is, of all those things I mentioned, the the least bullshit because it's just providing you with sort of visual archetypes that link to universal human experiences and that help to generate more expansive and perhaps more informative understanding of self, right? Well, I could only put four choices up there, William. So those are the four choices I went with. It's like I think we all want magic, or most of us do. I want magic too. When things are kind of magical, it's wonderful. And the wonderful thing about magic also is, I might say astrology is all bullshit, but that's because I, if that's because of how I decide to know things. Rachel uses her intuition, but introverted intuition, which is a holistic way of knowing things that they can't exactly be reduced. For example, Rachel's choice of Instagram name, I was thinking about that since she mentioned it. I really liked Paper Girl, right? Um, but she stopped playing Paper Girl and she started getting hardcore into Road Rash. So, what did you choose as her name? Well, I said, well, why don't you do like Road Rash then instead of Paper Girl? But she did the best possible name. I've been thinking about it since then. And I said, I can't think of anything that would be better than this. This is Road Rash. It's very concise, very specific, very, yeah, you know? So, NYTF, New York, Finland, says that his ex was into putting salt around her home, protecting from evil. Huh. Well, did it protect her from evil? I mean, did you encounter evil in that home? Uh, so Rachel uses her intuition. It's a holistic kind of intuition, and accordingly, she uses holistic kind of tools to engage your intuition. They aren't the kind of tools I would use. for anything, but that's because I'm not trying to determine things holistically. 48 degrees Celsius? Isn't that extremely high? 118 degrees? What? Where do you live? It's 118 degrees. Rachel loves ChatGPT. Rachel loves it. Um, I believe it's got a lot of possible uses that it's a tool I would like to integrate into my like workflow, because I don't really have any workflow anymore. I'm not really doing anything. I'm not making anything particularly, except doing live streams, which doesn't count as making things. And I still haven't returned to the level of the kind of productivity and the level of productivity anywhere close. I haven't returned to it to what it was before my parents died, and I'm not sure what's going on with that. I'm not sure if it's just like I've I've changed into a time period where I don't I'm not as I'm just not that creative anymore or something. Like I just don't feel like it. Have you tried Suno or or Udio for music variant of ChatGPT yet? No, I haven't. I would like to, but apparently, like there's a song called "I Glued My Balls to My Butthole Again," I think, and I think that's what it's called. All right, I'll check them out. Suno. Huh. I've got to try this out. Yeah. I wonder if I could like give it the chords and stuff to one of my songs and have it make a recording of it. Would the same tool be considered to be similar to someone who would use religion as a way of understanding? Um, well, I don't think so, because people who use religion as a way of understanding typically say it's the singular top level frame, and oh, you can. Okay, well, I think I'll try to. I mean, Casey Jones' songs are a penny a billion, right? But what AI still can't do is write a song the way that I could write a song, and it's never going to be able to. Maybe, I mean, the thing is, remember, AI will never do things without people telling it what to do, right? And lyrics and raps and all kinds of madness. So that sounds great. I'm gonna try to have it. You know, I asked ChatGPT how to rewire my house. I now live in a tent. Casey Jones, AI doesn't make songs. It needs input. You have to tell it what to do. What I wanted to do is make recordings of my songs that are better than the recordings I make, hopefully. You know, that'd be fantastic if I could do that. If we could do that, because I hate that part, you know? I hate making music. The part that involves recording it, tracking it, etc. Yeah, I've heard of loopers. Have I ever heard of, what does that say? I can't see that, the word after heard. A looper. Okay. Yeah, I've heard of a looper, and I don't have one, but the thing is, Summit, remember that what we know about AI is this, is that if you feed AI back into AI, it turns into garbage very quickly. AI needs input from actual sentient beings to successfully mimic the various capacities of sentient beings. I don't know what the meta executing means. If what you're saying is having an intention and a will, that's correct. AI never will have intention or will. Those things are grown, not generated. No, it might do things humans don't want it to do, in the sense that if we delegate, if humans delegate certain things and automate certain things and afford authority over those delegations and automations to AI, then of course AI may make decisions that we don't like, right? But again, that has to be um, that has to be the decision of some human being, right? To delegate some component of agency over some system to AI. AI will have goals. Well, AI always has a goal. That's the thing. That's the difference between AI and people. AI doesn't exist when it's not doing anything. Yeah, possibly. I mean, if you could get a decent Jimi Hendrix album, it would probably be the first one. Ya hablas español. Oh sí, señor. Hay demasiados chupacabras en este pueblo. Oh sí. My friend lost his job to an AI. He had 7 years of experience in graphic designing, and now his job is the only reason why I'm scared of AI. Noir, Mr. Kartoffel. It's negro. Negro in Spanish. Noir is, I guess, French. Well, I mean, the thing about AI is it is first and foremost um, a way to put like uh, a curator between you and the rest of the world. So if you're talking about Chat GPT, and I've watched Rachel use it plenty, she asks the questions like, how do I know if my body is a meow shape or a meow shape? It's, something like, there are this many body type shapes or something like that. I explained to her that's completely bullshit, Rachel. Just obviously most people's bodies change a lot over the course of their lifetime. They get fatter or thinner or whatever. Mine hasn't, but I don't know how to say monkey in Spanish. Well, the thing is, what ChatGPT does is it Googles shit and gets a bunch of results, decides which ones are authoritative, um, picks out chunks of text from those things, paraphrases it, and gives it to Rachel. Yeah, pair, triangle, etc. Chango is monkey in Spanish. Oh, good to know. Life is a simulation anyway, so who cares? Okay, well, that's fine. I'm not worried about like AI replacing me because, um, well, like one thing that AI will absolutely never be able to do is exactly what I'm doing here, live streaming like this. You might get an AI that is responsive to the chat in some fashion, but it's always going to be, it's not going to be truly original or creative as I am in this instance. It's never going to be able to real time be both responsive and divergent in some fashion, you know? When it's not going to be ever be able to do this all of a sudden, like shift gears from what I'm doing right now to saying, but I, Eric, knew I would have a good combination of Spanish words to use when I see, oh, the message gone away, and now I lost it. You know, it's like, hey, I was never going to do that silly nonsense. If you try to get it to do that silly nonsense, well, then it's only going to do that silly nonsense, or it's going to come up with some like, um, some some spread of I'll respond sometimes like this, sometimes like this, sometimes like this, sometimes like this. It's still never going to be able to actually be a human being like me who both can respond to you in terms of external externalities like um well, the web indicates meow 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 meow. But can also say, this reminds me of the time that I went to meow 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 and blah 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 blah. Maybe you could do that eventually, but what that would require is for AI to be fed every single live stream I've ever done, for example, and then replicate me. It could maybe do that, right? But it can't actually be a unique, independent, individual human being with actual own experiences, etc. Because human beings are grown, Goblin. Because we're grown. We're grown and nurtured. So that's very different from something that is well, AI isn't that, right? We know how to make actual uh, sentient beings, more of them, it's by reproducing. I just don't see it either, William. I think that people are needlessly terrified of AI when in fact it's just another tool. Now, it's a tool that makes it easy for certain people to well, it's a tool it's a tool of the moment, of the age. No longer are we in a world where people can specialize and expect to have the necessary other components handled by other people. In other words, like if I want to be just a songwriter and I believe my songs are high quality, deserving of people liking them, people listening to them and stuff, then I have to both be a songwriter, a singer, an instrument player, uh, an engineer, a producer, an ad guy. I have to become successful on my own in whole first before I can get any kind of assistance from an industry that supports that, right? Well, we don't know what the grand scheme of things is, and it's possible always, Goblin, that um, some top level frame emerges that reinforms everything else, right? Like if it were determined that in fact let's say um, aliens came, visited, and explained to us our origin in a way that was determinate, decisive, definitive. Like, actually, we aliens designed and engineered each of the creatures on this planet and the whole ecosystem. It took us a number of times to get it right. Blah 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 blah. As well, all the extinction events. If there was like a full explanation for it all, that would no doubt reframe each of our understandings of a lot of different things. But given that we don't have a conclusive answer to those, uh, I get that Google also has its AI. I do understand that. Some people see these kind of things on psychedelics. Well, I mean, yeah, people have powerful drug experiences sometimes, but those are subjective experiences. They're never informative about the world. And that's where people get wrong about drugs, right? They start to think, uh, I'm going to learn communicable truths via drugs. You never will. You might learn incommunicable truths. In other words, you might have an experience that makes you understand things more clearly, but you won't be able to communicate to others that increased understanding because that's not what subjective experiences do, right? Like going to the Grand Canyon and seeing it may have really been huge in your life or whatever, but telling people that is not going to inform them at all about anything. Seeing elves, I talked to elves. If you wanted to learn something from DMT elves, they'd have to say words to you that when then you came back from DMT and told me, I was like, wow, my mind is blown. Those words are so powerful. They're so informative. If you're not if there aren't any words like that, then it's not informative at all. It's just a strong drug experience that is meaningful to you, and it's not something that anybody should place any weight in. Bacon, eggs, sausage, hash browns, toast, beans, fried tomato, and a cup of tea. That's a big breakfast, Harry Rumbello. You got bacon and sausage. You got hash browns and beans too, and toast. Cup of tea. Nobody wants any tea. Have coffee like a regular human being. Coffee. It's American for tea. Oh, that's an English breakfast. I believe the sausages are called bangers in England, right? Can I get some bangers? Some bangers and yeah. Can I get some bangers and more? Is that what you do in England? So we aren't necessarily smart, but we are adept at quantum uncertainty with our neurons. So it could be that one has visions of the future, but it's not useful for being without being meaningful to the real-time sensory experience. In other words, how can I validate? I don't want an espresso machine. Thank you very much, New York to Finland. I want my percolated coffee. I love this coffee maker that I have. Bangers and mash. Bangers and mash. All right, here's a more English accent for you. Bertrand, will you go down to the lorry station and pick up a copy of the English Standard for me? The Evening Standard? Budget. You want me to go get here an Evening Standard? At the lorry station? Take the perambulator down via the lift from our flat. Let's misspell color. Let's misspell color is something that English people say constantly. It's also the case that English people are always asking questions like this. Like, hello, nice day we're having, eh? Yes? Have you seen this? What is this? I don't even know what this is, do I? They're always asking questions like that. Mrs. Bucket? You sound like Hyacinth. Who's Hyacinth? What is Mrs. Bucket? Oh, that's Budget. Okay, that lady's name is Budget, and her husband's name is Bertrand. Her name's technically Bridget, but her husband never quite got her name right and calls her Budget. My name is Bridget, not Budget. I told you. You have literally said budget every time. Oh. It's a British sitcom, Hyacinth Law. English people say trainers instead of sneakers. To me, it makes no sense. If you're going to wear sneakers, you should be training all day. I don't know where they came up with this. I mean, if you're going to wear trainers. Well, isn't that the case, though, with sneakers as well? If you're going to wear sneakers, shouldn't you be sneaking all day? I may put on sneakers, but was good. Hi. So your name is hard to say. Sula. Oh, so lovely. Is that what it is? So lovely. Hi, so lovely. What's good? Everything that's not bad. Well, actually, everything that's neither bad nor neutral. OCD ESFJ lady. Eggs and bacon, says the Blue Baron. Cool. There's a lot of different English accents. You know, there's the World War II RAF, or like guy who went to India, like exactly, you know, like there's that kind of English accent, you know. There's a more posh kind of English accent, like, oh, I say, could you get me another cup of tea? Thank you very much. Well, they don't really move their mouths very much when they speak. There's that kind of English accent. But you know, I really watched a lot of Monty Python when I was a kid, so I like as I said yesterday or something the other day in a chat. I don't doubt that for some portion of my childhood, I believed, "Hi, Leonard Weed. I look so sad because." Thank you. I got there before. Because me giddy man man mamu. Oi gobna. Yes, OI chap. Quite regionally specific. What you are, Bob's uncle? And most severe. You know, I think British people use the word severe more often than Americans do. There's another word that I'm trying to think of that they use a lot. There's scouse, Geordie, Cockney, posh, Yorkshire, Manuian, West Country. There's also like Liverpool, right? Like, oh, because I'm Jordan from the Beatles. I am. I'm from Liverpool. I don't know. It's hard to get it right. That's bloody fantastic, mate. Cheers. Liverpool is Scouse. Oh, okay. You really know your English accents, Blue Baron. When British people say mean to instead of supposed to, I rage internally. How do they do that? I can't even conceive of how they do that. Like, you know, I'm supposed to go to the store, but I'm not going to. I mean to go to the store, but I won't. Like that. Or you're English. Would you like a spot of tea? Would you? It sounds like an MMA fighter called Paddy Pimblett. They don't mind the word cunt. They use it all the time. I cannot believe what that cunt just did. Can you see that? Did you see what that cunt just did? It's bloody awful. Cheers. I'm from Devon, England. They say you talk like farmers. Ah, bring me the cows and the pigs and the horses. I've got to have them over here on the farm. Did you talk like that? Bunch of wankers. Bunch of wankers been shearing me sheeps. You were meant to be home by 9. What you doing here at 9:15? It's 1:15. Dublin is not in England. I know Dublin's not in England, but Devon is in England. He said Devon, England, not Dublin. Devon apparently is part of England where there are farms, or at least where people talk like farmers. If you talk like an American farmer, you'd be like, Benny Sue, tell Cody to come on down here to the big fence. We gotta change some of these fence lengths here. After that, we gotta round up them cattle, bring them back into the bin. Like farmers in America would talk more like that, probably. Dublin belongs to England, in truth. I'm pretty sure the Irish would disagree with you, no Sage. I'll agree with you that probably Scotland and Wales are just really England. But Ireland, I think, is its own country, pretty much. Obviously, like all the people in the Commonwealth, they must obey the King and Queen of England. But besides that, all of Canada must obey the King and Queen of England. um, I like a Devon accent is like a pirate farmer. Arr! Bring me bottle of rum. I've got to feed the pigs some slop and drink some rum and walk the plank. Like that. King Charles, you didn't vote for him? Arr! I like the California accent, really. What do you do? I gotta get to the west side. Well, what are you gonna take? I'll probably take like the 134, I guess. Like all the way maybe to like the 5 south, and then take the 5 south to like, I don't know, maybe like the 10, and then take the 10 west all the way. You can't take that 10 west all the way to Salamanca. That's California accent. I agree. Fat lives do matter. I oppose body shaming vehemently. The worst accent is the Birmingham accent because they talk so slowly. Or we've got to market a pride station like that. The English own Northern Ireland. Is Northern Ireland where the Catholics are? That's horrible, Putty Cat. Good reason to get a used car, right? Yeah, I've seen this. I like them. They're funny. But what about ma? It's like E sounds are treated like ah. Then I went to the Sultan and saw some scissors. Ozzy Osbourne. Finnish from Finland. The language is one of the hardest languages in the world. I believe it. Do you agree with Mr. Garrison from South Park that poontang poontang? A poontang's poontang? Well, what I will tell you is this. Circumlocution or poontang location. Which one will win? Circumlocution or poontang location. They're both great dynamite performers. Okay, fine. You win. I will give you a link to the song Poontang Location. Hmm. Circumlocution. Circumlocution. There we go. That's me doing a terrible job of playing the drums. Because I'm a terrible, terrible drummer. I was better now, I'm assuming, than I was then, but. Are you ready? Here we go. Circumlocution, or Poontang Location, or which one wins? Circumlocution and Poontang Location, they're both great at circumlocution. And Poontang Location. Circumlocution or Poontang Location, which one wins? Circumlocution or Poontang Location, they're both great dynamite performers. Well, I'll tell you, Leonard, Elijah, we are both, you and me, both great dynamite performers. Grunt courses, it really encapsulates the frustration of a Sunday morning, doesn't it? You wake up in the morning, you got to read all the Sunday papers, the kids are running around, and you think, Sunday, bloody Sunday. Yeah, I mean, U2 is really, really terrible. No, I don't want to link to that. Have you heard about the Great Attractor thing in our known universe? Any idea what it could be? The Great Attractor? I've not heard of it. I am aware that the astrophysicists are coming around to what I said a long time ago, which is dark matter and dark energy are completely bullshit. The Great Attractor is a region of gravitational attraction in intergalactic space at the apparent central gravitational point of the Laniakea supercluster of galaxies. It includes the Milky Way, as well as about 100,000 other galaxies. Hmm. Um, the first indications of a deviation from uniform expansion was reported in 1973 and then 78. Location of the Great Attractor was determined in 86. The survey also confirmed. Okay, so the Great Attractor is only 1/10 the mass that scientists had originally estimated. Huh. I don't know what it is. But I do know this, that our current explanation of the universe, expansion, etc., is not is not correct. Do the gritty. Do the gritty and yeah. Do the gritty. I'll do the gritty and yeah. Okay, Don Pablo, I'll gritty, okay? I do the gritty. It's got columns and rows. Do the gritty. Use your fingers. Those can make the gritty. It's got columns and rows and columns and columns and columns and rows. That's how you do the gritty. The Earth's flat, not as far as I can tell. It's pretty bumpy. I mean, there's there are a lot of competing explanations for a lot of sort of cosmic level questions. They're very often presented to us as though this is the explanation that science has determined. But that is not the case. There's lots of things like cosmic questions basically we have not answered at all. There's no explanation for all the missing mass and energy in the universe. Um, so they just make up dark matter and dark energy and say, well, there must be something we can't see that is that mass and missing mass and energy. Same thing with this great attractor thing. They don't know how it could be exerting the gravitational pull it is exerting with the mass that it has. What's the answer? I don't know. Wormholes are ridiculous. It's a silly notion. It is true that black holes um, exist, but there's no reason to believe that this notion that you could fold space time and rip a hole through one thing and have it lead to another spot or something and travel through it is insane and ridiculous. Whatever forces would be required to rip a hole in space time like that would obviously destroy anything that could potentially dream of traveling through it. Hello, Stephen Evans. Yo, Grady Wilson, how do you do? I am a motherfucker like you. What do you think about that soup? I think I am Eric Strauss. I do think I'm Eric Strauss. Or, as I used to say when I was a child, Eric Strauss. My name is Eric Strauss. I couldn't say my R's when I was a kid. I had to get speech therapy. My name is Eric Strauss. Oh, it's already packed. I just need to smoke it. I was doing the gritty is what happened. Has anyone here ever read the book Flat Stanley? America First Strain? I don't know. This weed kind of fell into our laps, so we don't know what it's called. But this is some kind of sativa. I'm not sure what it is exactly. It's very stemmy and not very dense. Like, what's the word for it? It's kind of like buds are kind of sparse, you know. Like, I don't know. It kind of has the same lack of dense buds that like Gorilla Glue has, but I don't think this is Gorilla Glue. I don't know what it is. We have some other weed that fell in our laps that is definitely an indica of some kind. We don't know what the names of any of them are. NASA, huh? What do you think about NASA? Well, NASA is puffy. Is that the word I was looking for? Yeah, that would be fine. Fluffy, maybe. Yeah, kind of like fluffy weed. I like this better than the denser buds. This weed smells really nice. It's good. Okay, it's time to do our first chore of the day. What is our first chore of the day, you might ask? Our first chore of the day is put on some pants. Let's do it. Let's go. Put on some pants. Now, it's conceivable that I can put on one of three different kinds of pants. I could put on what you might call my sex appeal pants, namely short pants that show my very sexy legs. Or I could put on modesty pants, long pants that cover all of my legs. Or I could put on overalls. Overalls are long pants that don't fall down. I don't see any regular long pants that are clean. Rachel needs to do the laundry. I could put on these black pants, I guess. Let's wear these black pants today. These are like dressy pants, but whatever. Okay. All right, there. Now I put on pants. One chore down. Who knows how many to go? Multiple to go, but not infinite. I mean, maybe over the course of your whole life, it's infinite until you die. Chores don't ever end, right? But whatever about that. That's fine. I don't mind doing chores. Like putting on those pants wasn't that difficult. They're like, hey, good job, Eric. You put some pants on. Sup, Big Venom? How's it going? This is Eric. From here all the way to the ground is nothing but Eric. Everybody dislikes talking on the phone. Who doesn't dislike talking on the phone? Phone conversations are like the most inefficient way to talk to anybody. Wondering how would you make an SE polar follow a bodybuilding program? Any ideas? I mean, my first idea is don't try to make someone else do stuff. But if it's you're talking about, you'll need a lot of external motivation probably. So no, all of this. Well, no, not the clothes. The clothes are, you know what? The clothes are part of Eric today. Okay, these clothes are part of who I am today. Today I'm a long sleeve guy. Today I'm a long pants guy. Yeah, SE Polar is a lost cause for real. It's basically that. Okay, just I don't know how to fix SE Polar. Nobody does. Nobody knows how to fix any polar. They're not fixable. I'm an NE Dom. I've been hired before to teach interview skills. In other words, to train somebody in extrovertedly intuiting. Um, I've been hired to try to teach an ISTP who was a genius. Like, got a perfect score on the ACT, 4.4 GPA, was going to go to Harvard and stuff. I could not teach him anything about how to extrovertedly intuit because it's his blind spot. There's no there's no workaround. You have every individual has their own workarounds for their blind spot, but certainly nobody else can do anything other than exploit that blind spot. That's why it's called a place of least resistance. I'm fat. I'm not fat. I may be a lot of things, Rodolfo Bird again, but not fat. Doesn't matter how much I eat or don't eat, I always stay the same weight, 80 pounds, and I'm 6'5". I don't want to shave Rodolfo Bird again. Correct. I'm not fat. I'm 180 pounds, or maybe 185, I don't know, and 6'5". So it's pretty skinny. I was always quite skinny. I have a very high metabolism. And I shouldn't shave because I look much worse with without a beard than I do with a beard. I'm basically a giant. Not a giant, but I do have this problem with these horrible ceiling fans. What's up with that? It's like, obviously, there's not room for a ceiling fan here. They're low ceilings. What are those fucking people thinking? I hate these ceiling fans. I thought you were taller than a tiny house. I don't live in a tiny house. The foyer is got high ceilings, obviously. Because I love this ceiling fan. This ceiling fan is original to the house. It was put in by the guy who designed the house and built it. Everything he did was brilliant. And the people who owned it between them and us did a bunch of stupid shit to fuck it up. But we'll get rid of it over time. We're going to replace all these ceiling fans with just regular fixtures. Yo, today my team RCB lost in the finals. I am so sorry to hear that, Official Basic Man 123. I'm sure you could, Goblin. These are low ceilings. Okay. These are low ceilings. So I don't know how I don't know how tall that is. It's this much. From this much of my arm. From like a little above my elbow to my fingertip. However far that is, that's how tall the ceilings are above 6'5". Let's see. That looks like 1'7". Oh yeah, 8 feet. That's 8 feet exactly. So there you go. Now we know how tall the roof is. Okay, second chore. Let's put this back in the car where it goes. This is my VIN number. 1'7" plus 6'5" is 8 feet. There you go, P.O. Now we put that back in the car. Now let's go look at our plants. That's where I'll be at. It's not so buggy today. It's nice. It's cool, cooler, and not buggy. How are you girls doing? Let's take a look. You know what's trippy? Contradiction is we hear world is not flat, or else we'd be sending data. We'd be sending the airplane or spacecraft at minus 45 degrees the opposite way instead of 90 degrees upwards. I don't understand that. I assume that what you're saying makes good sense, but I don't understand it. This one is obviously having a little more trouble adjusting to its new environment, perhaps. I watered it yesterday. It should be still wet, but this is looking kind of limpy lumpkins. Yeah, it's nice and plenty of, I don't know, maybe not. Maybe it needs more water. Seems unlikely, but I guess I'll give it a little more water. Here we go. I just watered it yesterday. I think. Maybe it was the day before. Who knows? You guys are causing me problems. Just stay there. That seems good enough. Now let's water this plant. You know what I might do actually is I might dig around here more on this hillside, like over here somewhere, and make a compost pile. Start with a bunch of this green stuff here, like grasses and stuff. Chop it down and mulch it, and then gather like pine needles and stuff from the driveway, mulch that stuff, and then put in some like food leavings and stuff. Turn it into my mom. There. Okay, I put the hose back. I watered the plants. Everyone traveled to England and France. There's my loveliness kitty over there. Oh, yes. What a good girl. What a special lady. Enjoying the shade. Hello, Capillo. Daddy loves you. Yes, he does. With all of his heart. Yeah, it's Kitty. Okay. So now that I've watered those plants, all right, I came outside to put that in the car, which I did. Now it's time to go make urine. I'm going to use my bladder and I guess my prostate maybe is what holds your pee in. I'm not sure. What do you use to hold your pee in? If you're a girl, you don't have a prostate, so they obviously use something else, but maybe men use their prostate. I'm not sure. Kitty cat indeed, Lucy McLaughlin. Now, what I'd like you to do while I'm going pee is to just keep an eye on the front door. And if there are any intruders, I'd like you to just shout out, Eric, there are intruders. Come and save the day. And then I will. All right, so you watch the door while I go pee. That is the relieving sensation of urine leaving the body. Pain is just weakness leaving the body. That's silly. It occurs to me. It occurred to me as I was sitting on the toilet today. We could, we, we think about our criminal justice system. It's an adversarial system, right? Hello, everybody who I haven't talked to while I was outside looking at the thing. Forrest Gump, Lucy McLaughlin, America First. I am too a Mexican. America First. One. My daughter is 25% Mexican. Where do you think she got that from? You've seen me? You've seen my sombrero? I mean, uh, pretty obviously a sombrero. You've seen me with my burros and my piñatas. You know that I'm the owner and founder of Pepe's Piping Hot Piñatas, a service that sells piñatas filled with piping hot flan or flan. Hola, 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 hola. Meow. Are you telling me that there are too many chupacabras in my house? Oh, sí. Hay demasiado chupacabras en tu casa. ¿Y en mi pueblo? Sí, en mi pueblo también. ¿Verdad? ¿Verdad? ¿Quieres una piñata? Oh, sí. Quiero una piñata. ¿Cómo está tu día? Bien. ¿Y tú? ¿Y tú, Lucy? ¿Tú eres a la biblioteca? ¿O tú eres a la playa? Those are two places in Mexico you can go. The library and the beach. And the supermarket. The supermarketa. I guess you could also go to places inside your house. Like the, what's the word for kitchen again? Comida is food. What's kitchen? Eggs and bacon looks like it's running. I'm going to end this poll now. They changed what the poll looks like. Eggs and bacon is kicking ass. Bagel and cream cheese in second. Kitty head pats. My poor kitty still isn't feeling well. He injured his leg in a conflict with some wild animal the other night, and he's still favoring it. And I don't know really what to do about it, but I'm just gonna let him fight it out, tough it out. You know, he's not swollen, and hopefully he'll be okay. Poor guy. He's tough as hell, you know. He was fighting with either some kind of mammal. I don't know. Could have been a raccoon. Could have been a small coyote or something. I had to run back there and basically scare off the thing and probably save his life, because I suspect whatever he was fighting was tougher than he was, and he's a tough ass cat. You know, Cochina. See, I thought it was also, isn't that pig though? That's why I thought it was Cochina or Cochina, but I also thought it was pig. You love me some Bags and Aitchen. Julie likes Bags and Aitchen. It's cool. You also like Coast and Toffee? All right, we've done a couple of chores already, so we're making progress. Let's consider what taking a short barn break to make sure that we have some weed smoke here. Just coast. Cochina. That's sad. I have two cats who can't fight for life and always come home hurt. How do you write in that font? how are you doing that, Lucy? How are you making that bolded italics font? Does the chat accept HTML tags? That'd be funny if you could write old school HTML tags in the chat and have them pop up, colored text and stuff. What's pig then? Puerco? Carnitas? It's basically a small tiger. This cat is a big cat and a tough cat and a street cat. Like he was feral tomcat, and then and he was kind of around our house, but kept a lot of distance. He was trying to hump Capilla, but Capilla wasn't in heat or anything because she's fixed. And and then animal control picked him up and cut his balls off, put him back on the street as they do, is a way of like humanely preventing more feral cats without putting them down. Uh, it's an app called Facemoji. Cochino is pig. Oh, and Cocina is kitchen. It changes your keyboard as well. Oh, is it on your phone or on the like a laptop or something? Is it a phone app? I don't like doing things on my phone. I mean, I do live stream from my phone all the time because vertical live streaming is so much. Well, because mostly because really, I like to move around when I'm streaming. Not just stay in the same place the whole time. So that's a lot easier when you're on your phone than it is when you're on the laptop. I used to smoke cigarettes, so I'd go outside all the time to smoke a cigarette. Didn't smoke cigarettes inside the house. Puerco works too. You can also write in cursive like that. Wow. I gotta check this app out. I gotta tell Rachel about it at least. I bet she would enjoy that ability to do that. Hmm. No, I don't want to install it on my phone. Or you can't install it on your laptop. It's only a phone app. Cool. So it does work on your phone though. I will put a link to it. She's 39. I'm 53. She's 39. Okay. If she were that age, I would not have ever gone out with her. Here's a link to it for anybody who wants this app for their phone. Um, I'll put the link here. But they don't have it for computer, just for the phone. I know, Goblin. She does. Um, I was sort of marveling about that last night. Yeah, last night we had some special marriage time, and I was just thinking, oh my god, this woman is so smoking hot. I cannot believe it. Like, how did I, how did I end up with this situation? It's fantastic. She's so sexy. It's crazy. And the thing is, I'm not that sensory of a person, right? Prior to Rachel, I had prioritized consistently things other than sexiness in picking my women. Like she seems reliable, that kind of thing. This time, I prioritized. I mean, I guess sexiness plus. I was just, I really fell in love with her like quickly, like just. Oh my god, I love this girl so much. But I'm a creator and I make keyboard styles there. Oh, that's cool, Lucy. Rusmus has demonstrated one thing you can do with that, which is fantastic. Suavamenti. I don't know what suavamenti means. Wow, Eric Strauss. There's two S's on the end of my name, okay? but close enough. The thing is, one thing I didn't anticipate, right? I knew when I was looking for a new woman when I was at, I guess, 47 or something. I started looking, maybe 48. Started looking for a new woman. I knew I didn't want anybody under 30. And Rachel was 34. So I was like, okay, cool. That works. I can't be accused of robbing if she's already 34. She's obviously a full grown woman. Nobody can, and I don't have to worry about her just being in an early stage of development and outgrowing me so much, right? So, or like, growing into a different person and leaving me basically. Uh, oh, you made a Jujutsu Kaisen one? I know what Jujutsu Kaisen is, Lucy McLaughlin. I assure you, I watch way more anime than you do. Okay, like I watched Bartender Glass of God this morning before I started streaming. It's the only really good one that comes out today. But believe me, I don't even have any backlog of anime. I've watched everything that's good. Of course, I've watched all of Jujutsu Kaisen. You misspelled Kaisen, but that's fine. I am a serious otaku. I'm not a weeb, I'm an otaku. And I'm a neat otaku as well. I'm not in education, employment, or training, unless you consider watching anime all the time education, in which case I am in education. And I do consider it such because it's so wonderful. Unlike school, which is not education because it's not wonderful. School's dumb. You know what I think about school? Here's what I think about school. Boo school. By the way, I subscribed. I have an old YouTube, but I wanted to delete it because I made fun of because it's cringe. Oh, okay. Well, you do you, Lucy. If you feel like subscribing, great. Hopefully, we'll see you again. And regarding your own YouTube stuff, uh, you can just private all those videos. Maybe don't delete it. Don't delete them. You might later in life want to look back at it. I don't read manga, okay, Lucy. I don't believe in books that are printed backwards. But I do watch shit tons of Crunchyroll and even the anime on Netflix. I'll watch it. Okay, gonna stop now. My wife lost her job. I work a regular 40-hour construction job Monday to Friday, Thursday, and a part-time job Friday and Saturdays. I can barely afford to feed my kids, wife and kids after I pay my debt. Not looking for attention. This is just cheaper than a therapist. Uh, I'm sorry to hear that. I think it sucks that the world's gotten so expensive these days. Like, cost of living is way higher than it was, say, 10 years ago. And, you know, wages slash salaries need to increase accordingly, and they're lagging. Unfortunate. I hope your wife's able to get another job. Hopefully that helps. Or maybe you could win the lottery. What do I think about the Quran? It's printed backwards. I think the Quran's stupid, obviously. I'm Christian. I don't even I have any respect for the Bible, let alone the Quran. Both of those books are incredibly dumb and horrible. A liter of milk in Finland costs almost $2.25. A liter. It's like a pint or like a quart. It's nearly £4 sterling in England. I'm sure they meant liter. But my question is a pint. Okay, it's closer to a pint than a quart. Okay, that is kind of a lot for a pint of milk. But I think milk's expensive here too. Meat's gotten expensive. Everything's expensive. It's horrible. Here, have a pint of milk. Well, New York, Finland, I'm gonna ask you this question. Why are you drinking pints of milk? Maybe you should switch to like Arizona iced tea. That's cheaper. 2.25, $2.25 for a pint of milk actually doesn't seem that expensive to me. £4 sterling for a pint of milk. That sounds expensive to me because pound sterlings are sterling, whereas dollars don't even have any word after it like that. A gallon of milk is $9 in some states. Yeah, crazy. Well, I don't think it's that expensive here, but we don't drink that much milk. Nevertheless, if we do a full grocery shopping trip, it's over $400. A piece of steak is 50 pounds here. Yeah, I mean, if you get like ribeye at a restaurant here, at a restaurant, you're gonna pay over $40 for at a nice restaurant for ribeye steak. You could get it for a lot cheaper than that in the store. But still, you'll pay over $10 for a decent steak for sure. That's in Morrison's. Is Morrison's a restaurant? Fillet of chicken is about $14 for 400 grams. Gulf Coast blames Biden. I'm not sure Biden's to blame here. I think the COVID policy is to blame. The COVID lockdowns are to blame. They, I explained that this would happen as the lockdowns were starting and continuing. I explained that this would happen. The only thing I didn't get right was there was more of a lag between the end of the lockdowns and the inflationary crunch than I expected. I expected it to begin towards the end of the lockdowns rather than after they were over. That's the only thing I got wrong. But it's absolutely the case that the vast majority of our current economic struggles and diminished wealth of the world, etc., can be laid directly at the feet of the global hysteria that resulted in the worst public policy decision on balance, possibly in history. You know, my YouTube is glitching like an MF. Is it possible that is there a long lag between? Okay, well, let me ask you this, Goblin. When you say glitching, do you mean is there a long time between when you type something in and when it shows up over here in the chat? Open borders equal lower wages due to larger workforce and higher home prices due to scarcity, but which I believe Biden's supporters say no effective word. I don't doubt that Biden's policies have some economic impact and possibly negative economic impact, but we already know what we've already incurred the bulk of the inflationary crunch, and we know what the source of that inflationary crunch is, and it was the COVID lockdowns. It was quantitative easing that didn't adjust in conjunction with COVID lockdowns that caused inflation. There's no disputing that. I started YouTube for my cats. What do you think? I mean, people do watch a lot of cat stuff. I have had plenty of shorts with my cats in them, and they typically have done well. I used to make shorts where I'd like sing a little song to my cat, put it up, you know. Like I would sometimes I'd make songs about cats that were just new words to existing songs that were popular songs, but they were about the cat, what the cat was doing or whatever. And so, like, I think that would be this. This would be not a good one, but it's an example of the concept, right? Like, you are lying down, lying down. Yes, you're on the ground. You are on a box now. You are lying here and meowing. So something like that, you know. And those typically did well. Thanks, Winston's mom got it for me for my birthday. Will something like the virus hysteria happen again in the future? I don't think so, actually, because I think that that as I said when the COVID shit was happening, there might be an occasion at some point in human history when we actually need to take that extreme of a response to something. And if that happens anytime soon, we will not be able to. Nobody will obey because everybody, we haven't necessarily learned from it. People don't typically learn things, but what instead has happened is we we so many people were put in a position where they were sacrificed, right? Like non-essential. They were non-essential people. Um, and there's this weird assumption that everybody could just afford that, you know. But accordingly, it won't happen again because, for example, there's a excellent study that's been linked here before that tries to measure the total impacts of the COVID lockdown, and on balance, their harms vastly outweigh the benefits, even speculative benefits, because it has no really real articulable, real concrete benefits. You can't count the number of lives that were saved, right? So, um, every possible calculus of the matter that's even remotely objective concludes that the harms vastly outweigh the benefits. So it won't happen again. It just won't. You heard North Carolina outlawed wearing face masks even if you want to. Well, I mean, the thing is, of course, that's not a good law either, right? It's ridiculous. Just as you should laws, you know, health officials, government people, whatever, can't tell you what to do with your face. They can't tell you to put a mask on. They can't tell you to take a mask off. However, private businesses, if they wanted to implement a mask mandate because that's what they wanted to do, they felt like it protected their customers and staff from illness or something, then if you want to go into that store, you have to respect their policy because it's their store, right? But it needs to be like most everything. Decision making needs to be decentralized and placed in the hands of the people who actually have onus of responsibility for the thing. Namely, each individual person has the responsibility for their own health. Too many faceless robberies. Again, that seems to be the sort of thing where um, the law is insane, right? If somebody's going to use a mask to rob a store, they won't put it on until they get close to the store. And then they'll take it off once they get a little distance away from the store. How is that law going to possibly prevent people from covering their faces and committing robberies? I guess the only thing it would do is make it obvious that anybody who does have a mask on is there to commit a robbery. I'm back. There you go. Oh yeah, I can put a link down for one of my new keyboards. Oh, you didn't put the link because you're not a moderator and you can't put links. I'll temporarily make you a moderator so that you can put links, okay? And then I'll unmoderator you when you're done putting the link. Okay, Lucy, so now you can put a link. I did get the vaccine too. Um, I got it because I was not permitted to visit my dying mother in the nursing home unless I was vaccinated. So I got it. The thing is, I am not one of those people who thinks that's a problem, right? I didn't believe at the time, still don't believe that it's a vaccine. It doesn't prevent you from getting the disease. The reason it doesn't work is because COVID is a coronavirus. And coronavirus is the same kind of virus as the common cold. And the reason we have not been able to vaccinate for the common cold is the same reason we have not been able to vaccinate for COVID. Namely, the virus changes, adapts too quickly to for any normal vaccination mechanism to provide long-term protection. Okay, so Lucy, can you put your link again because I still don't see any link. You're currently a moderator. So there you go. There we go. Thank you. Everybody check out Lucy's new keyboard theme, especially if like Rhythmus, maybe you actually went and got that app, maybe you're on your phone. Hi, Broken Owen. Sorry to hear you're broken. So the thing is, yeah, vaccines are complicated times, but the most important thing is this. We define a vaccine, or should define a vaccine, as a preventative shot that you get that makes you immune or unable to contract a given disease. Makes and it's effective for the vast majority of people, right? So we know what a vaccine is. It's like the measles, mumps, rubella vaccine. It prevents us from getting measles, mumps, and rubella. We know what a vaccine is. It's like the polio vaccine. It prevents us from getting polio. We know what a vaccine is. It's like the chickenpox vaccine. It prevents us from getting chickenpox. That's what vaccines are. So the thing is, my primary objection to the vaccine is that it wasn't a vaccine and shouldn't have been called it. Shouldn't have been called such. Obviously, if we acknowledge that the vaccine is not a vaccine, then we cannot possibly require people to have it before they do meow. So the thing is, a lot of people who got the vaccine feel as though, or didn't get the vaccine, feel as though it was a big deal. Like, oh God, who knows what kind of poison this is or whatever. I don't think that at all. I don't regret getting the vaccine. I wouldn't have if I hadn't been forced to. It did hurt in the injection site for quite some time, but I don't feel like it did any harm. It just didn't do any good. No, it didn't do any good at all. That's not correct. Big Dog Mofo. That's what they said, but it turned out that's not correct. It turns out that it depends on which time frame you look at. In fact, the statistical deviations are so tiny that it's meaningless. It's statistically significant, but not honestly significant. Well, I mean, that's fine, and we can all enjoy the fact the pandemic has ended. However, it is the case that I was a mostly lone voice way back at the beginning who was correct about everything, and nobody listened to me, including people around the channel. Like, I'm talking about 95% of people around the channel, too. Even people who respected me and heard what I said a lot and stuff, still didn't agree with me. Still believed in we should all freak out. Yeah, I mean, Rachel and I got super sick from COVID too, after we'd been vaccinated, of course. My dad got super, super sick from COVID. He shot himself, but it was after COVID had really wrecked his ass. Goldman says it tends to happen to EHPs. My dad was an EHP, and no one listened to him, and he's almost always right. Well, yeah, I mean, hopefully, the kind of most annoying thing of all is not only does nobody listen to you, but then nobody learns to listen to you next time. They they don't go, okay, hey, we were almost every one of us was wrong about this. But this guy was completely right about it, like shockingly right about everything right at the very beginning. Let's listen to him. That doesn't ever happen. No, Carlos Paiva, not really. I'm sure there were many. If you say, how many will fill up a couple of acres of land, sure, there were many. But in fact, the vast majority of the people who opposed the lockdowns were not correct about them. They were spewing all kinds of misinformation about COVID. They said it was a hoax or the vaccine was poison or other bullshit, right? So, yes, there were plenty of people maybe who opposed the COVID hysteria, but not for the right reasons. And that's what matters most, right? You have to be correct about everything, not about not like Trump wasn't correct about COVID when he said we shouldn't freak out about it, because he said we shouldn't freak out about it because he had a hunch. So if that's the justification, then we should ignore that person entirely. Of course, we shouldn't listen to him. He has no actual justification for anything. That doesn't mean the opposite's correct. No, it does need to be everything, Carlos Paiva. It does. That's how it works, right? It's like if I hear one person out there saying this true thing about COVID, this true thing about COVID, and this thing that's conspiratorial bullshit or they cannot substantiate, then they have lost their legitimacy and trustworthiness as a source. They're subject to a source indict at that point. So absolutely it matters. You have to have everything right. And you have to have, most importantly, the process of being right. That's great, wonderful horseshoe. I agreed. If you reference start, I said to my woman, don't listen, it's part of the coronavirus and will mutate before it becomes a real danger. Well, Rusman, I think that you and I might be both NTPs, so that's not too shocking. And it did mutate into quickly enough, but it would have mutated even faster if we hadn't had this artificial contagion slowing mechanism in place. If you recall at the beginning, they said like flatten the curve. Why? Because it's going to overburden healthcare resources. Bullshit. It's completely bullshit. Do I really think INFPs are scary? I mean, in some sense, yes, because they're my supervisor type. They're able to spot, articulate, and make me feel bad about failure when I fail in ways that link to my blind spot. So if I'm being not nice enough, or if I'm being too black and white in my thinking and not understanding that there's sort of a emotional component to this that makes it more gray than that, then they can critique me on those grounds and it'll always strike home. But I don't find them scary per se, generally, because I don't believe I'm in this highly optimized circumstances. I don't believe I'm making a lot of mistakes linking to that in those ways. So I feel safe enough around INFPs because I think I validate against their metrics now, pretty consistently. Whereas when I was younger, I probably didn't. I do still find INFPs kind of intimidating because of the way that when you're talking with them, they're a deliberative type. So they're considering everything you're saying, but they're ignoring FE, which means they're not cueing you about what they think about what you're saying or what they feel about what you're saying. And so they don't give you, they don't give me real time feedback that I can use to FE to determine whether I've accomplished the outcome on FE goals that I want or not. And so accordingly, it's like I can't read them at all, you know? I'd hate to go to the hospital and sit in a line outside for 2 days. I think anybody would hate that, but right, that's all one had to be right about. You're absolutely correct, Carlos. So I think we can all agree how shocking it is how few people were correct about it because it didn't require that much to be correct about it. But most people are not TINE or NETI. When you're NETI or TINE, then you don't have that physicality, right? There's a lack of concern about the corporeal and concrete that makes NTPs trust what words can do in ways that other people don't trust it. People don't understand how proper discourse, dialectic, using words right, is the most important thing of all. Because if we use them right, we can rely on those conclusions almost always, because those conclusions will necessarily err on the side of not taking action. You're safe in the persisting in the status quo because at least then you know your action isn't going to cause any harms, might not cause any benefits. You may not solve a problem, but you're not going to make it worse, right? So that's why we default to the negation, the status quo, and we take no action unless action is fully justified. I think only NTPs natively understand and feel the truth of that. Okay, well, I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible for other people to be correct or be objective about things, but I'm saying there's a bias against trusting in inaction, right? In the world, there are more sensors than intuitives. There are more action-oriented types than, or at least the action-oriented types are also the same that tend to have more voice, more influence, etc. Right? And there's a sort of general understanding that if something's dangerous or scary or presents risk, that we ought to do something about it, right? That bias seems deeply ingrained in most societies around the world. Of course, I return to my central thesis, which is always kind of the same central thesis. If we used words correctly, we would understand that we default to the status quo in the absence of a sustained case that validates against legitimacy and impacts, and the status quo is inaction. If we use words correctly, if people, it's like, why don't we start everyone's education in kindergarten with that instead of whatever else we're doing, right? Why don't we start with that? Why don't we start our kids' education by explaining to them, in these circumstances, you evaluate like this. In these circumstances, you evaluate like this. In these circumstances, you evaluate like this. If you cannot evaluate like this in these circumstances, don't evaluate at all in these circumstances, right? And to make clear the distinction between calculi that people do that are legitimately subjective and related to their own interests, and how they can, that frees them up to make calculations in different ways versus calculations that they make that are linked to somebody else, the public or whatever. So it doesn't matter if I say I've got 5 pounds of apples when I only have 4 pounds of apples. If I grew the apples and I'm just putting them in a bag on the table and saying, "Hey, look at my 5 pounds of apples. That seems like 5 pounds of apples. Wow, good for me. I grew 5 pounds of apples." It doesn't matter that you're wrong, because in that case, you're just determining for your own subjective purposes approximately how many pounds of apples you have, and you're not going to use that information for anything that involves any other people. On the other hand, if you're selling apples to people, then it's very important that when you say here are 5 pounds of apples at $1 a pound, that it actually have 5 pounds of apples in it. So we need to teach everybody. We need to teach all the adults in the world to distinguish between different kinds of instances in which evaluations are made or determinations are made, and things about different situations in which different kinds of knowledge is necessary, and parse out and articulate for everyone to understand a complete sort of set of ranges of public and private considerations and the appropriate kind of metric to use to evaluate those. Yeah, each thing in its own place. The problem is then, Carlos Paper, cognitive functions does solve this. However, if you aren't able to, because you lack the language, if you aren't able to distinguish between different between those various factors, right? Circumstances, strategies, your reflexive strategy, the alternative possible strategies, all that kind of stuff. If you aren't able to, if you don't have that language to correctly taxonomy your own conscious experience, then you aren't going to be able to distinguish between different kinds of circumstances and what kind of evaluation metric they require, except sort of instinctually. You aren't going to be able to distinguish between instances where it's a matter of your own interest versus it's a matter of other people's interest versus it's a matter of the public's interest, right? The most stringent kind of evaluatory metrics we need to use are for public policy. And part of the problem is people don't, because they don't distinguish between different kinds of things to think about or decide about, then they apply the same kind of metrics that they do with most everything in their life to politics. It's fine for you to boogeyman risks that aren't very real in your own life, like we always lock the doors when we're inside. It's not a real risk per se, but it's conceivable, right? That somebody might come into our house and either rob us or assault us or just be some crazy like YouTube fan who just was like, "Hey, you're here, it's me, I'm Yana from your channel." So we just lock all the doors. On the other hand, it's like when I went down to the other house down there the other day with the little wilderness car, I closed the garage door on the way out. I didn't want to leave it open. Even though I was just going to be gone for a little while and I'd be right back, I just closed it. There's zero chance anybody would steal anything from my garage around here. This has got to be the safest place in the country. I don't know. There's zero chance. I'm so far back here, and everybody who's back here lives here or is like an electrician or something, Like, who's gonna steal shit from my garage? Nobody. I'm only going down the street for 10 minutes. That's an irrational policy to take regarding risk management. But it's fine because it's my own personal life. so it doesn't matter. I have a gun, I don't carry one. I have a rifle. Can you answer my question, please? That'd be great. No stress though. What was your question? Can INFPs be Enneagram 8? I can only relate to 8 and 9. Yeah, I think INFPs can be 8. I think anybody can be potentially any Enneagram type. It's just that some Enneagram types are more common for certain types than others. But also, I wouldn't put too much weight in Enneagram, right? It's not wrong for what it is, but it's just a taxonomy of reflexive FI approach, FI responses to certain kinds of FI, you know? Like, if somebody comes at me with anger, it used to be the case that I very consistently could be expected to respond with anger. Like, it was very predictable, like, every time. Okay, kitty. I'm an Army cadet, so I'm learning how to use an air rifle, then we go on to a shotgun. Cool. Why would you use a shotgun in the Army? It doesn't seem like a good Army weapon. Go ahead, eat your food. There, you're getting all the watching you want, all the watching you need. So yeah, Enneagram is like, okay, if you feel like your boundaries are crossed, you're going to have some kind of response, depending on what kind of boundary is crossed. So if something makes you mad, a boundary's been crossed of some sort. How are you going to respond to something that either makes you mad or annoys you or irritates you or something like that? Are you going to think, okay, well, let me figure out how I can change such that this thing doesn't make me mad, or such that this mad thing isn't scary, possibly, right? You're going to say, I'm going to withdraw from this so that I'm not near madness, anger. Or you're going to say, I'm going to dominate this thing. You will not behave like that, blah, 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 right? So, the thing about that is, when we think about Enneagram correctly, then, we're talking about a very specific set of things, and not anything else. Enneagram is not a personality thing, because your Enneagram number can change over the course of your life. However, Enneagram is informative about how we're reacting to 3 core negative emotions: fear, anger, and shame. One of the problems I have with Enneagram is, of course, fear and shame are actually negative. Like, if I'm scared, that's bad. If I'm ashamed, that's bad. If I'm angry, it's not necessarily bad. It's probably not very useful. As a strategy goes, it turns out that being angry doesn't work very well in most circumstances. And I think it's because, or at least expressing anger doesn't work well. It's because, actually, of a general bias against emotion. So, the world's not completely unaware of the distinctions between objectivity and subjectivity, obviously. It just doesn't talk about it correctly in general. But one expression of it that's like a misapplication of something that's correct is because when people are engaged emotionally with a given topic or whatever, that most people, or many people, are expressing some bias, like, oh my God, that was such a bad call against my beloved team. But then they don't say the same thing when the bad call in favor of their team, and they would not be a good referee for that game because of their interested bias, right? But then, so when people display passion, display emotional reactivity to something, they're subject to certain critiques, like, you need to calm down, you're being too emotional. You're not being reasonable or rational about this. You're letting your subjectivities run away with you, etc. The fact is, of course, that that's totally getting everything wrong. It doesn't matter how emotional someone is, because their subjectivities may or may not impact their words. So I could be very passionate or emotional and say words ABC. Or I could be very dispassionate and calm sounding and say the same words ABC. The meaning of what I say is the same in both instances. In the transcript, it reads the same. Accordingly, my state of emotionality has nothing to do whatsoever with my correctness or incorrectness. However, because when people do have a strong interest in a matter, they typically are biased. People have used a heuristic that incorrectly attributes bias to emotionality and legitimacy of expression to how it's expressed rather than what it expresses. So, accordingly, anger is not a very good strategy. Most of the time. Sometimes it is, though. And sometimes it's an absolutely necessary part of a complete breakfast. There are plenty of things that I didn't learn that I needed to learn until somebody got truly angry at me about it. So that I could understand, oh, this is impacting these other people in this bad way. And I guess I have to take it seriously, or else I'm going to incur the consequences of crossing people's boundaries all the time, you know? Certainly there have been times when my own anger was absolutely legitimate and effective. There are times when my anger prevented my legitimate outrage from being successfully turned into consequences for the wrongdoer. That's the worst thing of all. Like, when I was too mad at this doctor who was at the urgent care where my dad went, and as a consequence, that was the concern of everybody there, was my anger, not what I was angry about, right? So, obviously, if I'm angry about something, then somebody's fucked up badly, and they need to get my foot up their ass. However, I'm ill-advised to try to angrily put it up there, because the more angry I display, the less effective my foot put in ass upping is, you know. The gatos are right here. One of them is standing on his, we're sitting, but partly standing. The other one is lying on the box. Where's Rachel today? She stayed up late last night, so she's still in bed. I am 784. That's my tri-type. You were correct about me being 7, but you know the truth is, I don't identify really so much with any of those things anymore. Is it a Bengal? I don't know. This is just a cat. I don't know what kind of cat it is. And this here is another cat. Your guess is as good as mine as to what kind of cat. This one is so big, I think it might have some Maine Coon in him, but I don't know. He was a stray. Capillo was just a kitty that was made when a man kitty humped my kitty, and she had a lot of kittens, and we couldn't get rid of one of the kittens, and we weren't able to find a home for one of them. That kitten is Capillo. She's now like 8 years old or something. Yeah, they are small killing machines. They kill mice, they kill lizards, they kill little moles. You know, it's horrible, really. But we try to save everything as best we can. I don't know. It's one of those compromise things. I love the cats a lot. I hate the fact that they're murderers. But here I do my thing anyway. Rachel, my beloved darling, you're here. You just woke up because you stayed up late last night. She was busy. She was busy playing Road Rash. How did you do last night, Rachel? Did you make progress in your Road Rash game? You might want to get this app that Lucy McLaughlin pointed to, by the way, Rachel. If you get the app that Lucy McLaughlin has, you can write in different kinds of text here. It's only for the phone though. You can't get the app for the laptop, so I didn't bother getting it. But if you want to try to get it, maybe I could post that link again. I think it's probably still on my clipboard. So if you want to write different kinds of text like that, then you could get that app there. Ruse Moose got it and he tested it out and it worked fine for him too. Yeah, that sucks, but I'm a creator on it. What sucks? I think it's cool. Why hate someone for their nature? Who am I hating for their nature? I don't think I'm hating anyone for their nature. Made some progress and saved it. Cool. Oh, right. I don't hate them. I just am sad that they're murderers. I wish they weren't. Or I wish the mice and other little creatures were better at getting away from them. Oh, you can't have it on PC or laptops. Oh, yeah. Well, that's fine. Whatever. I don't write many things in the chat, obviously, because I'm talking. Does that say yes? Does it say YE55 or YTJ55? I don't know. Do I like dogs? I do like dogs, but I don't have one and I don't really want to get one. I had dogs before. After, but there's one dog that definitely stands out in my life way beyond any of the other dogs. Yes, we're going to start cooking in a little bit. I'm getting hungry. And her name was Lacey, and she was extremely special dog. A wonderful, wonderful dog. When she died, I think that was when I decided, I don't think I can do this again. I don't want another dog because I can't take this. I can't take this death of my dog. You confused me by putting two S's on your yes, Rusmus. If you just put Y TJ5, then I would have read it as yes. So you can't be confusing in two ways at once. If you're confusing just one way, then it's cute. But if you're confusing in two ways, then it's just confusing. I have a golden retriever with 7 years old, and I lose her. I don't know how you're gonna feel. Yeah, well, it's painful. The death of a pet is very painful, but not the death of a pet is not always the same. Like different pet deaths are more painful than others. So maybe in theory, Rachel and I could get a dog eventually. Maybe, like maybe after the cats die or something, a small dog possibly, conceivably. But it's something that we'd have to discuss, think about, but a bunch. I don't want to, wouldn't want to rush into something like that. Okay, so I've changed the cat's water. That was one chore that I did today. That is a chore that ideally I would like to delegate to Rachel, but sometimes she does it, sometimes I do it. Problem is, it's just tempting to always just put more water in there, but we have to clean it periodically. So I cleaned it all out and put new water in. It was getting gross. I can tell when the cats get hesitant to drink it. But it's still better than any other solution. It's like, okay, cats don't like to drink still water out of a bowl. Sure, if you take a bowl and put a little still water in the bottom of it, and then every time you just pour out that water, put in new water, it probably won't get gross, but on balance, it's still like the same amount of work or more. I don't know. There's no good solution to this. Rusmus, you want to post links or whatever? Sure. Rusmus, you can definitely be a moderator. I don't make people moderators, but you are different. You can be a moderator. I have a moratorium on making people moderators, but like I will unmoderate. I did already unmoderate Lucy, but I won't even bother unmoderating you. You are special. Okay, you are special because you and I have made music together, and I respect you as a musician, and that's very rare. You find somebody who's good enough to make the team, so to speak. Thanks, GYYP. Random question. What do you think about the demonstrative function and the dominant value function being equally strong but just not equally valued in socionics? Do you object to that function for the reading? Well, yeah, I do object to that because the problem with socionics is they don't distinguish between absolute and instrumental values. It's not valuing something isn't a single thing that goes from here to here, right? I can value something instrumentally. I like using this tool to accomplish this goal, but I would never use this tool if it didn't accomplish that goal. The goal is the absolute value, right? So I totally disagree with socionics about that. Also, they can't be measured in strength, right? Your dominant function is a way of paying attention that occupies these various slots and roles in the possible total attentional configuration, right? And the second function occupies these slots, various spaces and roles in your cognitive overall thing. Those two functions define how you're limited in your relationship with all the other functions. So because I'm an NE DOM, I ignore an I. Because I'm a TI tool user, I have TE demonstrative, as they call it demonstrative, or I call it countervalued. Because my tool is logic and being correct, I countervalue utility. I can still do it some. 6 is the most conscious of the unconscious functions. But pretending as though valuing is something that's a spectrum of strength or whatever, rather than a set of statuses like countervalued, instrumentally valued, or absolutely valued, is incorrect. The correct value explanation for 6 is countervalued and instrumental. As far as the strength, they don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. What they sort of mean probably is how conscious it is. 6 is the most conscious of the unconscious functions. You can engage directly in that attentional manner if situations require it. You expect situations to require it, but you don't want them to, and you don't like it. Whoever wants to be cool and fancy. Is there anybody in the world who doesn't want to be cool and fancy? TYYP, if Rachel and I held a meet and greet someplace, we wouldn't have anybody show up. We're not famous, you know. We're just a couple of YouTubers. I mean, the reason that they're wrong about it, Carlos Paiva, is because of examples like me. So when I worked as a director of a school, I was required to do a shit ton of TE stuff, but it was all TE stuff that was consistent with more consistent with my dominant tool than TE stuff could be. In other words, I was making curriculum about how to teach stuff that I understood well and understood how to teach well, and I was doing, like, say, 32 weeks worth of classes materials for various classes, etc. It required a lot of TE, but it was all the kind of TE that is convert ideas into ordinated steps, given the following time frame. In other words, convert what you know to instructions via language. So I looked probably at anybody who evaluated my work product then, or my efforts or whatever, would say, wow, what great TE. You really put together this whole program architecture with all these different blah, 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 blah. Well, I did, but that's because that particular TE requirement was specifically tailored to my wheelhouse and the kind of TE that I actually am good at, which is the kind of TE that's most divorced from corporeal reality, physicality and stuff. Hi, Janelle Nellis. How are you? I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking. Okay, so I was in the kitchen for a reason. I think I was going to do some dishes or something. Then I changed the water, cat water. Hi, Nikki Grace 100. How's it going? TE is the bulldozer function. You know, some people say TE is business logic. I think that's a fair and neutral way to put it. TE is business logic. In every TE instance, there's always a bottom line that matters and nothing else really does. You have some matter of efficiency or efficacy that you want to. It's a solution. It's a solution or a goal, you know. What's up? Well, a lot of things are up today. The first thing that's up right now, I think, will be, are these clean or dirty? Well, there's so few things in here. They must be dirty. Unless I didn't completely empty the dishwasher, which is, I think, what happened. I think that's so dumb of me. I think this is all clean because I partially emptied the dishwasher, but I don't know for sure. Let's see this. Whatever, I'll just wash them again. These things can just all be washed again, that's fine. Let me just put them in a better place. God damn it. Eric! Stop being so dumb! No! I refuse to stop being so dumb! You don't even talk like that. Yes, I do! I talk like this now from now on. You're lying. Alright, let's put the dishes in the dishwasher. And we'll make something that doesn't require a lot of dishes. Do you believe in miracles? And if so, are you a Catholic? I believe in the miracle of a dishwasher. Dishwashers are a true miracle. Just giving these a quick rinse off because, I don't know, habit or something. Alright. Put these in there. There we go. Alright. Now we'll get this coffee cup. Put it there. Got these bowls here. Put these bowls. I'll put this bowl here. And then I'll put these bowls here. Now, the last thing I have to put in here is called this. I mean, okay, fine. That's not what it's called, but it is this. I could fit some more dishes in there. But I don't know what else to put in there. Let me see if I have any more dishes over here. Okay. Now, I'm going to do this and this. And then I'm going to go upstairs and see what. Let me go in the master bedroom first. Rachel usually leaves a lot of bowls and glasses next to the bed, either in here or up there. So, not in here right now. Let's go get some from upstairs. I'm sure there are bowls and glasses galore. Let me also get something maybe to carry them with? What would I use for that? How about this thing? I don't know what all the forces are. All right, now we'll put this away. And then we'll go look for bowls and glasses. Oh, right. I'm going to take that thing to hold them in. That's why I cleaned that thing up. Oh, do you have them all? Cool. Thanks, darling. What a sweetheart. I guess she was listening and heard what I was doing. She's bringing her glasses and bowls down. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, don't worry about it, of course. Coffee cup, bowl. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are you hungry?
I am hungry.
I'm getting hungry. I was planning on making, hopefully you'll be okay with it. I know it's not your favorite. Well, actually, I forgot. I was planning on making tuna melts, but I thought maybe I'll do chicken melts. Do you want chicken or tuna melts?
Either. Yeah, whatever you feel like making.
Okay, cool. And I will decide after I pull a couple of long ribs.
Get mine.
Heavy. There. Look at me go. Who wants a prize? I do. Why? Because I did all those things. Yeah. Do you believe in miracles? Why does this remind me of The Sims right now? All roads lead to Rome, whatever floats your boat regarding your dishwasher use. How long have we been married? 10 months. More than 10 months. We've been together for 4 years and 8 months. What do you think about that? What's up for Kitty?
Oh, no, I guess.
Oh, you saw him. Okay. Sorry, it looked like you were going to walk right onto him.
That's okay. Thank you.
Who or what Melko that he believes in? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Who or what Melko that he believes in? Oh, miracle. He believes in the miracle of that woman being a sexy thing, as Rusman has indicated. I believe in miracles accordingly as well. In fact, I humped one last night, and her name is Rachel. And she truly is a sexy thing. But that's not the miracle I was believing in when I was doing the dishes. The miracle I believed in while doing the dishes was the miracle of a dishwasher. I'm going to cook chicken melt or tuna melt sandwich. I haven't decided in full yet. I know what the cats would like to have happen. Thank you, Ing Sami, who says, Mashallah, God bless your marriage. Thanks. I appreciate that. I'm somebody who, despite having been divorced twice before, has respect for the institution of marriage. Expected my marriages to last forever, they just didn't. Oh, god damn it. It's inevitable, right? There's no possible way is ever conceivable that you could fill the dishwasher and not, as soon as it starts running, find at least one more dish, as I did here. That shit crazy is back again. Wonderful news. Wonderful. Welcome back. It's time for bong rips, and I guess that fork will just have to either be hand washed or go in the sink. Those are its two choices. Hi, John. Waza. Yeah, we do still have a sink. We can cook in the sink, but you know, I like to keep dishes out of the sink. That's why we have a dishwasher, right? So that we can just put the dishes into the dishwasher. The key thing to that is if we could just empty the dishwasher immediately, then we could just put every dirty dish directly into the dishwasher. The other key thing I think is we need to run the dishwasher more often. It doesn't need to be full. You know, it's like if I can squeeze dishes in there, and I know I'm gonna use those dishes again pretty soon. Like I use the rice scooper a lot to scoop rice out. So I don't like to put it. Hi, Ukraine. I want you to know, Tak Baibe, that I am 100% in support of Ukraine. And if I were president, we wouldn't be sending you weapons. The U.S. military would be in Ukraine. And in fact, Putin never would have taken even Luhansk and Donetsk, let alone Crimea. Because I understand the commitment the United States made when we accepted your nuclear weapons. Apparently, the rest of the country does not, but that's, shame on everybody who didn't do anything when Putin first started this shit. I think it was on Obama's watch in Luhansk and Donetsk. Shame, shame, shame. No, it's not joint time, Anthony. I'm sorry to tell you. I know you want me to smoke joints, but I am not smoking joints right now. I'm smoking bong rips. So just deal with it. I'm smoking bong rips in honor of Ukraine. Ukraine, I may not be able to send you F-16s, but I will transubstantiate your entire country this bong rip, okay? Now, granted, none of you are going to get very high since it has to be split in, okay, well, when was Luhansk and Donetsk? That was even before that.
Okay, that's your winner.
So, I don't know, but that was maybe 2012.
Meow.
I hope you do. Cheers, mate, indeed. Solidarity with Ukraine, 100%. This is another subject about which I was correct before anybody else was even talking about it, and nobody listened to me. As usual. Putin, that fucking guy. What a scumbag. Can I elaborate on that? Yeah, sure. Way back when Russia artificially created the appearance of an ethnic preference for Russian rule in Luhansk and Donetsk, we debated the topic in Competition Flow Debate. And I became very familiar with the situation then. And I advocated strongly, both on YouTube and in debate rounds and stuff, in debate cases, that the U.S. needed to make it such, facilitate somehow, it wouldn't be able to do it unilaterally, but get Ukraine in NATO. We should have gotten Ukraine and NATO in the first place. Just because they can't contribute very much militarily, when we accept their nuclear weapons in exchange for guarantees that we're going to protect them in case Russia ever attacks, we better fucking be there to do that. You know? Otherwise, what the fuck are we doing? Nobody should trust us at all. Yeah, well, I would love to see the most horrific things happen to Putin. Things I would never wish on anybody, hardly, except Putin and maybe the Un family of North Korea. Main protest still war Crimea, then the border region, now general timeline. Okay, so I don't know when that first protest was that you're talking about. Is that the Donetsk, Luhansk stuff? Yeah, he does. The thing is, the U.S. could safely, quote unquote, battle against Russian forces in Ukraine if we had drawn a strong line in the sand initially, put forces there, made it very clear that Putin was not going to be able to take over Ukraine without fighting the U.S. in Ukraine. It would be a perfectly safe thing for us to do because, first of all, he wouldn't have attacked if we had done that, and second of all, as long as we're not attacking Russia per se, it's just another proxy war. He's not going to attack the U.S. directly. Oh yeah, I mean what America did in Iraq is not the same kind of mistake as what Russia's doing. Russia's not making a mistake. Russia's being evil. They're initiating aggression to conquer and control a region that is another sovereign nation. What the U.S. did was this insanely bad plan to engage in regime change, right? Oh, well, we don't like Saddam Hussein, so we're going to get him out and make it a democracy. It's an incredibly, insanely bad idea and totally unjustified. The justification given of weapons of mass destruction was on its face bullshit when they made the claim. It's unbelievable anybody took it seriously. And so, obviously, it was a terrible, terrible idea. The U.S. should never have done it. The U.S. is guilty of plenty of things. The difference between the U.S. and Russia is U.S. presidents at least change. U.S. policy changes over time, etc. Putin is just this like dictator for life who assassinates dissidents in foreign countries. He's just an absolute fucking nightmare, you know? He's horrible. No, she didn't mend films, but this guy's back. um, you're talking about the. Are you talking about the Ukrainian government or the Russian government? I don't know. I don't really want to. I don't want to get too deep into the. No, I'm not denying you. Yes, you can request a song, Anthony, and I will play it. Okay. I'm not denying the accuracy of what you're saying. Okay. I'm not as up to date on this subject, or perhaps as deeply engaged in the subject as you are, because I haven't spent a lot of time recently thinking about it or looking into it. Okay. Um, so, okay. Uh, yeah, well, he did kind of make me smile this time. Anyway, I don't, I don't want to get into a big argument about exactly what the U.S. should do now. What the U.S. should do now is a much more complicated question, right? And what the U.S. should have done then, I will play it. I will play it right now. Okay. What the U.S. should have done then is kind of moot or irrelevant. Thank you very much, Anthony, and I will definitely play this song for you. Let me just pull this bomber and I'll play. So, the thing is, if anybody wants to say right now U.S. policy in Ukraine should be, yeah, I'm not ready to argue that point. I really don't know what we should do now. I know what we should have done when we should have done it, as I always do. It's like some things have a time frame that you have to engage in a certain way, or else you're making no decision is making a decision. I don't know what it. It's just a bong I got locally at the store. I think somebody is might be a character from something, but nobody's ever told me exactly who it is. If it is a character from something, so I don't know. Well, it's kind of an excellent bong because this this design makes it not really give you any kisses. You know, you don't end up with bong water in your mouth. But if you don't clean it, you do occasionally pull a piece of like resin into your mouth. No, I don't like Cheech and Chong. No, I prefer to smoke flower. If she is an Asian lady, she's a big-eyed Asian lady, right? I was thinking maybe more like Mayan. She looks kind of more Mayan than Asian. I don't need to go to town to get a new torch canister, Anthony. Is after I play the song, and maybe after I make lunch, um, I will drive down to the little Willis car down to the shed and get another one. Excuse me, you smoking? That, Shireen, is because I am on fire. There's a fire inside of me. Oh no, there's a fire inside of me. All right, so song time. As by request, by the very generous Anthony, who requested the song and super chatted $2, which I appreciate. I was looking today at the analytics and the dashboard, so it was up to, instead of $150, $161. I think that extra $11 is all Anthony. They're doing good. I looked at them earlier. I'll take you with us. I'll take you with me down to the shed. It's fine. The internet goes that far. As long as they don't take you into the shed, it's worked before, so. I'm not smoking. I'm on fire, Shireen. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he ignites a chance to yell at them onto the which brings a new approach. Sneakily he'll try to encroach upon the guilty, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he ignites a chance to yell at them, because he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. There we go. Wang Chang. Thanks, Anna Nova. Thanks, William. Thanks, everybody. So, yeah, it's like shocking, really. Still kind of surprises me consistently when I get positive feedback like this for stuff. Because my whole life, it's always like, if you just know, if you just have the people that are in your life, right? And you don't have non-geographical people in your life like I do now for YouTube. All I ever got was like, fine, I'll listen to your song, Eric. It's like I waited a long time before asking that person to listen to a song or another song because I had asked them once before, you know. It was like, okay, fine. Yes, that's fine, Eric. Whatever. Or, you're making me cringe again, Eric. Why can't you be normal, Eric, and behave normally instead of being such a weirdo? But yeah, things have changed over time. It's like people are, I don't know, people are in some ways better now, and in some ways I guess worse now. But it's more like yeah, people behave online in ways that they would never do in person in bad ways. But it's also the case that you have a chance to find people who actually think what you're doing is value rather than just trying to sell people in the physical region that you're in that it is, you know? Where's my, I didn't even bring my vape. I'll be right back. Look at my Nick vape. Okay. You look serious. You look like you got serious business in here.
Oh, wait, that's literally what was on my
All right, cool. Rachel was looking all super serious walking up the stairs. I was like, are you okay? What's going on? And, or what do you think, what are you thinking about or something? She said, she was trying to decide which pair of pants to wear and was going to talk to Chat GPT about it. She looked so serious, like, I've got important business to deal with. And just choosing which pair of pants to wear. Whoever can figure out how to do that kind of stuff is definitely going to know how to make money in life. I need someone that knows how to audio mix. I'm a drummer. Really, you're a drummer? Did you tell me that already? Um, I I don't teach it, but I do have some tips actually. It kind of depends on your like what you want to do with the guitar. Like, do you want to play rhythm guitar in a band? Do you want to play lead guitar? Do you want to be a singer songwriter, kind of make up songs? Do you want to do covers and sing and play at the same time? If you want to sing and play at the same time, that's one thing. If you want to play guitar and not sing, that's another thing. So you have to decide which of those two things first, and then you're stuck with that forever. I mean, the thing is, just start is great suggestion too. But I remember when I was a kid and my parents got me piano lessons. Um, had I had a teacher who understood teaching piano as something that began with an assessment of the student and what they wanted to do, or what they might want to do, or what they could do, or whatever, then maybe she would have said, look, here's some chords. Just play these chords and sing over them, or do whatever over them. Just make stuff up. Just play these chords and make this up. Play this chord, play this up. Then I probably would have taken up the piano right then. And I probably would have been this become a serious like piano player. They're not classical, but it would have been maybe my primary songwriting instrument. Who knows? Instead, I had this horrible piano teacher who tried to make me read sheet music and play like Camp Town races on the piano. I was like, how? Who? I have, of course, no desire to do that. That's super boring. Sing and play it pretty. You've been playing without singing for 5, 6 years now. Oh, okay, cool. So you already know how to play the guitar some. Okay, well then I'll go over a couple of tips or whatever when I go back inside. When I have the guitar in my hands. I don't know if they'll be useful or not, but in terms of words that one might say without any linkage to an instrument, I'd say when you're playing chords and singing over it, you want to keep the stuff that sounds like you've heard it before, but you can't say exactly where it is you've heard it before. In other words, sounds like something that already exists, but it didn't exist until you made it up. Pluviophile. I do not know what a pluviophile is. Yes, we can look at the plants. Go look at them. Then I'll go back inside and do the guitar thing. This is hot and delicious coffee from the percolator. Am I gonna get? I can squeeze past there. I'm gonna go get propane. When I do that, I'll squeeze past there. I need to make some food. Rich said she's hungry, and I need to eat even if I'm not super hungry. So these are the 3 that are still in pots here. Yeah. You can't really tell when you zoom in like this. Let me just go closer. So they're all thriving away. Fine. Okay. This one is showing some wear and tear. This is actually 2 plants. Okay. They're 2 plants that were seated right next to each other for some reason. Not sure how that happened, but you can see how they suffered some troubled leaves at the ends and stuff from the transplant, but that they survived and it's coming back in full. So a pluviophile is a person who enjoys the rain and finds peace on rainy days. Am I a pluviophile? I think I am, yeah. But question is, am I really a connoisseur of rainy days? There's the shed we'll be going to. Inside that shed are some propane canisters. I had the most amazing drum teacher. We usually just talked random about music for a half an hour and then played for 5 minutes and gave tips and some stuff to study based on what we talked about. Sometimes we didn't even play. Sounds great. Sounds great. I mean, the thing is, can you imagine? It's so tragic, right? I'm a little kid with a piano in my house. I'm a very musical person by nature. Always singing as a little kid. Always listening to records in my room as well, like the Pooh record and stuff. Or the Beatles. And so my parents, who have a piano in the house, hire a piano teacher although they, although I took the lessons at my grandma's house, not at my house for some reason. She also had a piano, but and they hired this horrible teacher who thinks the best way to teach a kid how to play piano is to begin with teaching them how to play sheet music of like little horrible little songs like Hot Cross Buns. And so I had zero concept from that experience of there's chords which you play with your left hand, and then there's other stuff that you do with your right hand. I had no concept of that at all because this horrible teacher didn't get music intuitively. She got it from a TE perspective, you know? And so, no, my parents are dead. And so basically, it made it so it just completely turned me off of the piano. And I didn't return to it until later, way later, when after I started playing guitar. All right, now we're going back in to give some tips on playing and singing. Actually, one tip is a very straightforward tip. Just remember the number one rule of playing and singing guitar at the same time is that the guitar has to be simple enough for you to sing over. So start with just going like this. And then if you don't know what to do, just sing one note a bunch. And then perhaps you'll feel inclined to change it up a bit eventually. See? Just sing one note over the thing and just one chord, and then you will see. Right? Just keep the guitar as simple as you can until you get more accustomed to doing different things with the guitar and singing at the same time. Think I should make a pastrami sandwich for lunch? Well, the reason that's not possible is very simple. We don't have any pastrami. If I were to go get pastrami, it would be an hour round trip, at least. Is that a little bug in here? Cool, and an plug. And then, over time, if you might want to start like recording yourself when you're doing that stuff, so you decide like this is a good song idea. I'm gonna build a song off of this or whatever. All right, I'm gonna make sandwiches for lunch. Very well. Chicken melts it is. We're making chicken melts today for lunch. Chicken melts are what we call chicken melts the first level of cooking. The level 0 of cooking is put something in the microwave, right? Level 0.5 of cooking is just eat cold things out of the fridge. Level 1 of cooking, well, like level 2 of cooking is like potatoes with soy or pasta. Level 2 is cooking is pasta. Level 3 is fried rice. Level 4 is cooking into more complicated things. I'd say level 4 is probably pizza. Like, I don't know, pizza and fried rice are kind of close. No, pizza's a little more complicated. Level 4 is pizza. We gotta make the dough and everything. Level 5, you start getting into like restaurant food. Then it's too hard for me. I'm not a chef, so no level 5 food for me. That's too much work for the food. So we're gonna need enough chicken for both my sandwich and Rachel's sandwich. We put in these 3 regular sized ones plus a little one plus. That's close to enough. We need another really little, this one. That's the right amount of chicken for 2 sandwiches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 little pieces. These will shrink a little bit as they cook. And they're going to get all cut up into small bits. Do I need that much? Maybe I don't need this piece. I think it's enough chicken right there. We're going to get cut up into small bits, and it's going to get melted with some cheese and stuff, and then put onto bread to make a sandwich. So, obviously, if you're going to make a sandwich with bread, then you'll need to get out some bread. I have some bread here. Additionally, if you're going to make a sandwich with cheese, you'll need to get some cheese out. I was smart this time. I actually got some shredded cheese. I got this for tacos. This will work great for this too. And if we want to go, okay, so I said this is like level 1. I'm going to now take it up to level 1.5 of cooking. So level 1.5 means including an onion. That once you're at 1.5, then you have to cut something. You don't have to cut anything, but you cook it, then you're at level 1. 1.5, you have to cut something, but only one thing, maybe. But you don't have to, you know, it's still one dish. Here. Chippity chop the onion top. And the thing is, I think I might actually do this task, which is called where would I put that though? Okay, well, yeah, I'll do it. Fine. So I'm seriously thinking about starting a compost pile outside. And which is basically just I'm gonna dig down into the hill a little bit, a hole, and then put a bunch of dead grass and stuff and pine needles and food bits in there and chop it all up and with a shovel get a compost pile going. Compost piles are not gross or stinky at all if you don't mind. So you may have heard that before, it's not true. The other thing is, the best compost pile to make is shallow and not that deep, like a trough. Keep that in mind when you're thinking about compost piles. Alright, of course I have a fair amount of space to play around with. Not everybody has a lot of space. I usually lived in places that didn't have a lot of land, right? Didn't have necessarily good, easy spot for a compost pile. I need to put it right next to the weed here. And I think I'm going to plant another plant into the ground here next to what's already planted there. I mean, compost pile means instead of throwing away all this stuff, I put it in there. My mom used to take stuff for the compost pile and Cuisinart in her food processor. We don't have a food processor. It's something I should have brought. It's like I made a lot of mistakes when I moved from Arcadia, but whatever. You live and learn, I guess. So we want to chop up this onion very small. But you know what I think I'm going to do? I was going to cook it with the chicken. I'm not going to. I think I'm going to chop that up very small, but I'm going to put a little bit of it in here, but I'm going to put most of it on raw, I think. Now, we're going to put some wine in here. And a little bit of this olive oil. And then we'll turn this on. And it's going to need a little bit more water. I made Rachel and Ruben gin and tonics last night, so I did tonic water here. Put a little bit of that in there. That'll boil off, you know, relatively soon. It's good to put some liquid in the bottom when you're cooking stuff that's frozen, because it helps it sort of like steam defrost while not cooking too much until it's defrosted. While it's cooking there, and I am going to add some other flavorings to that, but before I do that, let's resume chopping this onion. I'm not sure actually how washed the onions are. Probably washed. I've already been touching that onion. Well, my hands were probably thin. Maybe I should cook the onion. But I don't want to cook the onion. I want raw. It's not like I've been rubbing my hands on poo or anything. Okay. Let's continue chopping this onion. Here we go. Remember the number one rule when chopping anything. This is, everybody in the world should get this rule right. The number one rule when chopping everything, anything, no matter what, is do not cut yourself. So, don't hurry. You're not in a hurry to chop things. Keep your hands, both hands on the knife like this, and then you can't possibly chop yourself. It's impossible for me to cut my hand if one hand's on the handle and the other hand on top of the knife. As a general rule also, remember what my dad taught me when I was very little, always cut away from yourself. That doesn't apply to here to this, obviously. Chopping stuff is not cutting like that. But if you have a knife in your hand and you're trying to cut something, cut away from yourself. Alright, so I think I might save a little bit of these onions raw, but I think I will put some of them in because I have quite a few. Quite a bit of onions here. It's already smelling good with that white wine cooking. Also, you know, you can chop one-handed. Keeping your other hand way over here is not going to get chopped. Alright, I'm going to put a little bit more in there. Just save that bit for raw onions on top. Now, since we're doing onions, obviously, what else do we do? We got white wine, onions. What else? Obviously, garlic. Sure, you've got chicken in there too, but that's not what I'm talking about. What obviously goes with white wines and onion is garlic. Now, if I had done this chicken sandwich French style, I'd have butter in there instead of olive oil. I guess this is Italian stuff. Alright, so now we've got our minced garlic. Always get this kind of garlic. Why are you bothering taking off the paper and chopping it up? Somebody's already done that for you. This goes back in the fridge. Okay, so instead of salt here, I'm going to add soy. I will also add, of course, garlic powder, onion powder, and pepper. But I'm not going to put any salt because I'm going to use soy sauce instead. Soy sauce is salty. I hope that's not too much soy sauce, but hopefully that's fine. Now I need some kind of cooking tool to move things around. I think I'll just use these tongs. Okay. Now, pepper. Me the pepper. Put a little pepper on this. And we've got the garlic powder and dried onions as well. Just a whisper. This was 3 or 4 whispers. Alright. Now let's put that lid back on, let that cook, and start making our toast. We begin to make toast by selecting 4 pieces of bread. Toast starts life as bread. In order to prepare our toast upon which our sandwiches will be, it's the foundation upon which we build the house of our sandwich. Now, we'll put these 4 breads into this device here. This is called a toaster oven. Half toaster, half oven. It's taken the world by storm. We'll turn this to not all the way brown, okay? Not all the way to toast, because it'll come out too toasted if I put it all the way to toast. I'm learning the ways of this toaster oven. Then we're going to put this green thing here. And we'll return these where they belong. And there. Okay. Chicken's cooking, toast is cooking. Let's chop these a little bit more. We want McDonald's level of dice. We want to see like the most diced onions can possibly be. It's the onions on McDonald's hamburgers. That's a nice dice there. Those are dice so small. I feel like I could work at McDonald's almost. They probably don't dice their onions like this. Oh, you're running out of electricity. Hi, darling.
Hi, handsome.
You're looking lovely today.
Thank you, so are you.
Thanks. I'm wearing pants and a shirt.
That's good.
Those are both of the things you're supposed to wear. Right there. Now you have some electricity coming. Okay, let's turn these over. Let this boil away as much as you can. As hard a boil as we can get in there. And then, I'm lamenting the fact that I put a little bit too much liquid in this. So it goes. Such is the world. Sometimes you put too much liquid in things. That's how I was born, in fact. My dad put too much liquid into my mom.
Oh.
All right. Well, this is boiling off pretty good, but I need to have a little bit less liquid before I chop up this chicken. And the chicken's done, I can tell. That's fine. This will be a little bit more cheese and onions ratio. And a little bit less chicken ratio than normal. Maybe I should have used last piece of chicken, but it's fine. This will be good. The reason I didn't is because last time I made chicken melts, there was too much chicken and it was just pouring out the sides so much. I really don't know why I bother getting these kind of plates. Like, I'm going to use like 3 of them every time. And is it really better than getting the thicker plates? And like, oh my God, look how many plates I can get. So many plates. And it's like 1-ply toilet paper. It barely even counts as a sheet of toilet paper. It's like a third of a sheet of toilet paper because it's so thin. Same with these plates. One of these plates does not count as 1 plate. It's like 3 of them count as 1 plate. Come on, boil, boil, boil. Boil, toil, toil. Trouble, boil, trouble, boil, and bubble. Let's all go and have some fun. That's what Shakespeare once said, and that's what I'm saying now as well. As soon as this liquid goes down, we can chop up these chickens, and then we can put the cheese in and mush it all around, and we'll be good to go. It'll just be a matter of, well, I need to put some condiment in. Let's go condiment-wise. Where is that stuff? Here. This was good in conjunction with this on another sandwich. I'm going to try this again. So I'm going to put this mustard and this Caesar salad dressing in my condiments on the sandwich. Not a lot of the Caesar salad dressing, but it gives it a bit of creaminess without any mayo, which is nice. All right, so for condiments, I like to use spreader. This is a condiment spreader, and it's also it's for cream cheese, bagels, stuff like that, right? It's an excellent kitchen tool to have. I say this every time. I'll repeat it the time. You should get one of these. They're not. You can find one of these for not very expensive, and you'll never regret having gotten it. I promise you. You'll use it way more than you think. I don't know what that is. We're going to take some of this Dijon mustard, spread it around here as per me up. Okay. And I think this chicken sandwich, this chicken melt is pretty rich, so it can handle 2 thin layers of Dijon, one on each bread, I think. All right. Let's finish our Dijon on both sandwiches before we move on to the Caesar salad dressing. I spilled a bit right there, unfortunately. That's fine. I'll clean it up in a second. Yeah. And of course, yeah. There, that's enough for the Dijon mustard. Now, Caesar salad dressing. Oop. This probably is about the right amount for one sandwich, but we'll see. It is too good. We just want that much there. We'll also put equivalent amount there. Then, you know, I think maybe six mouse shakes more. 6 gopher shakes of a bit more on this one. I can't think of a good term meaning like a small amount or of yum yum. So don't worry. Come on, there we go. That's enough. Now, that's enough Caesar salad dressing. That's enough mustard. Set that down there. This can go back in the fridge with the gravy corn and the soy sauce. We'll clean up this mustard spill with a paper towel, and we'll get it down here. So I missed that spot. Gotta do a little quick wipe down while I got a paper towel. All right. Now let's turn our attention back to the chicken. Here we are at a time when it is now ready to be chopped up. See, the liquid is low enough. Little enough liquid in here now. We can chop up the chicken and additionally add the cheese. All right, before we put this cheese in, I need to chop these up. Here we go. And you just put a splash more of this wine since you need a hint of deglazing here. Good enough. Good enough. Now, cheese. All right, turn that off. And then, get the spreader here and use it to build our sandwiches. And now, we get the onions.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Mm-hmm. perfect is that?
That is perfect.
Put this over there. I'll put this here. Look at this, everybody. How perfect is that? It fits right around the drink holders. What is the name of this sandwich? This sandwich is called a chicken melt. It's like a tuna melt or patty melt, except it's chicken, not tuna or patty.
I am hello. I am the luckiest.
That's good advice, Camoto. You know what? I haven't actually gotten much feedback on the title of this video. I don't know why you're not a moderator, Cameron. I don't make new moderators or anything, but I made an exception for Ruzma today. Like, I was like, why isn't he a moderator? If anybody should be, like, I trust him to be one. Obviously, Cameron, I know you very well. You've been here plenty of times. It doesn't come with any responsibilities, don't worry. It just means your name gets to be blue. Yeah, you don't have to moderate at all. Eating a homemade steak and cheese sandwich yourself. Oh, well, good job, genuine NPC. And we'll see if it is good. Take a bite and find out.
Mmm. Good.
That's delicious.
Yes, I am Rachel. I'm the Rachel from the chat.
It's Rachel Strauss. My beloved wife.
Dad.
I mean, probably not. There's unless it was, maybe if it were electric, but the thing is, I don't know, would you like to ride a bike, tandem bike?
I feel like there might be accidents involved.
Yeah, it's one bike with two seats and.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. Thank you though, Cameron, I appreciate it. It's a chicken melt. I think it's a little over flavored, but it's good. Maybe it's got a little bit too much Caesar salad dressing on it. Well, it looks like I resolved the clutch issue yesterday. I mean, it's not fixed yet, but we made an appointment at the Course Gold Auto Care, and they quoted me something like $1,500 for changing out the clutch. The dealership I had called quoted me $3,500. So that was a relief. It was a big relief. Makes the decision to fix the car a no-brainer. I think he actually said $1,300, but
yeah, $1,300.
$1,300, which is like $2,200 less than the
Wow.
dealership quoted me. How crazy is that? Parts are $700 for a mini clutch, maybe and flywheel. I'm not sure. And he quoted me $600 for labor, which is understandable because it's going to take more than one full day. It's hard to change out the clutch in a mini.
Do you want to do something like we did last time and stay at the casino?
We're taking it in Thursday morning.
Getting Thursday morning.
And we're picking it up Friday afternoon probably.
Yeah.
So we could either do Wednesday and Thursday night in the hotel. But what I'm thinking is if I could call the hotel and get early check-in time, I get 2 instead of 4, let's say. I was supposed to drop up at 9. It's still 5 hours to kill. We could spend some time in Corscold and take the bus to the casino. Maybe have lunch at the casino. Then we'd only have to get one night in the hotel, which would be, I think, preferable, right? I've been listening to old school rap lately. Man Parish. I haven't heard of it before. Man Parish?
Wow, that's good, Cam.
Man Parish 1982. Okay, I want to check it out. I will mute this and check this out.
Even just listening to it, I could hear Corey's voice being like, James Murphy totally ripped off that.
Man Parish. That's a great, like, you didn't give a link, but whatever you want to call it, a great referral, Cameron. I've never heard of this guy before. That's crazy. It totally sounds like LCD Sound System's Mother Band or something.
You know that they listen to, like, he listened to them. For sure. Or him.
How is it I've never heard of that before? Have you ever heard of that before?
No.
How is it that I've never heard of that before? That's crazy. I was also shocked that, like, how is it that I never heard of Double Dutch Bus before?
Neither have I.
What else does this guy have besides? Is there anything that has, like, words to it?
Maybe not. I guess it's no.
Let me guess. Let me see. I think if it says part hip hop, which is suggested as rap or something, right?
Yeah, but
Let's see.
hip hop bebop might be different than hip hop. But
Wow, Cameron, I can't believe I've never heard of this stuff before. It's like it's something that like every hipster should already know about, right?
Oh, a hipster.
But
Yeah.
how do I not know about it then? Because I'm a hipster. Come on now. Not the dumb kind of hipster, the good kind of hipster, okay? All right, not the dumb kind. Wow! I am stunned
Me too.
at this revelation today. Uncle Scrooge is in the building. What, the Sigma? Do you need me for something? I like your hat. Well, we were muted because I was listening to something. It was great. I have to listen to it more when we're not on a stream. I want to listen to this shit more, you know? It's called Man Perish. I put a link here to one of the songs called Boogie Down.
Oh, what was the thing that you sent the link to before? Oh, yeah, the font thing.
Yeah, I thought you might like it.
I definitely like it. I just couldn't click on it because I would. Sometimes with vertical, they don't let you.
Right.
Do you know the name of it?
Yeah, it's called Face Emoji.
Face emoji?
No, here it is. Face Emoji.
Face emoji, okay. Face. There you go. Cool.
Hi, Simmet Arctic. It's Coors Edge, which is non-alcoholic.
Oh, trouble.
Poor Trumpy Bubbles.
I'm not even thinking about that. I'm thinking about how, I feel guilty for having such negative feelings towards him.
Hey, Rachel, he doesn't understand your feelings for him, right? If you're mean to him, then that's something to feel guilty about. If you just feel negative feelings towards him, who cares? He can't tell what you're feeling.
You're right. I know. I feel like I'm a bad cat parent.
I mean, trouble is hard to love. He gets plenty of love anyway. Nobody could say this cat is not like
And I do love
nurtured or
him.
something.
Yeah, I do love him. I just have also negative feelings, which makes me feel bad.
But I will say this: if he's still not feeling himself in a week or so, I think I might take him to the vet.
But
Yeah. A tuna melt is you just get tuna, you squeeze out all the tuna juice, you fry it up in a pan with some cheese and some ketchup. Well, this is a chicken melt. It's a little different. Hi, Janet Warner. To the best of my knowledge, cocktail, actually cats are not very good to eat. When I'm done with this eating thing, then we can possibly transition to the next chore here.
I'll be in charge of the cat thing. I think sometimes I just don't recognize it.
Okay. Yeah, we just gotta we just gotta change the water a little more often than we've been changing it. Yeah. All right. I think the color's pee now. He's been peeing outside, I think. Both the cats have been going to the bathroom mostly outside. But he's still favoring the paw that got, or foot, the leg that got injured during that fight with the wild animal. So I think it might be infected or something. But it's not swelling up, so I'm not sure. Do they have access to water outside as well as inside? Not usually. I mean, they could go down to the stream, I guess, but it would be a bit of a walk. I don't know if either of the cats has ever gone down that far down the hill. It's not that far, really, but they seem to stay probably a little closer to the house than that. Maybe not. Not sure. I mean, if they were thirsty enough, they would definitely go down to the stream, I'm assuming. But we always have water for them. And sometimes, I'm not sure which one of them it is, goes and drinks from the toilet.
Cat, I could pee out. Maybe both.
Well, like I said, John Earl, in this instance, the problem definitely links to him getting into a fight with a wild animal. Doesn't have anything to do with water.
When he peed on the mat in the bathroom, I think he was acting out. Like because he would I would go to the bathroom or I don't know what it was. It was just
There was a time that was before he got hurt.
yeah, and then
He went through this time where he started peeing on the mat in the bathroom.
Yeah, it wasn't a urinary tract infection because it only happened twice. Both times when I was going to the bathroom at the same time, so I don't know what cued him up. I'm not sure what it was, but it didn't seem like it was. No, the urine wasn't dark.
Regardless, his current problem has nothing to do with water or urine.
Yes,
it definitely is. He got injured on his leg here, bit probably by, we're not exactly sure what, but it was definitely some kind of mammal because it had that gamey mammal smell when I went over there. Boogie Down, Man Made, and Hip Hop Bebop are the ones that said cool. Well, I mean, we'll explore it more, believe me. I've heard that before. That actually dogs are they taste pretty good, but cats are not good.
Sometimes the cat will pee where you are frequently because it wants you to.
Smell it like mommy does. Well, Trouble needs to understand that we don't want to smell his pee, and that he needs to pee elsewhere.
See, yeah, I don't know. It's so weird. He doesn't do it anymore. He doesn't even come into the bathroom in there anymore. That was a weird thing. I thought he was kind of acting out, because we had a couple of nights in bed where I was giving him pets and he didn't want them. So like, I felt like, I don't know. I can't read this cat for shit.
He's 8. He's a cat that was a full-grown, wild, independent cat who then has balls chopped off
Yeah.
and was forcibly moved to hundreds of miles away from where he's been his whole life.
Yeah, that's true.
He, as soon as he got his balls cut off, he was just like a ball of confusion, right? Like, all of a sudden I got all these emotions or desire for social ability or something, and no habits or skills or whatever. Well, I believe it's very common, but in this instance, we know what the source of the problem is.
Yeah, he possibly has an infected leg.
Paw.
Paw,
Yeah, leg,
yeah.
paw. Yeah. John Zen Crew, Space is the place. Let's listen to it.
Alright, might not gonna eat it later.
I don't like that one as much. It requires a little more patience. I think it's a little less.
Ow!
You okay? What happened?
Yeah, I just stabbed myself with the cutter on the cellophane.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, so, I don't know. I don't like that one as much. Man Parish, I'm very impressed with. Um, Cats don't pee on the furniture either if you raise them right, you know. Cats sometimes have a lot of personality. Trouble's got more personality than we know what to do with. Torpedo's a little more independent and bland, but she's still got a sweet personality. Dogs, I agree, they're, you know, I just think the advantages of cats, the fact that the biggest advantage is this: cats can be inside, outside without supervision. You don't need to fence them in or whatever. It got hot today. Damn, YouTube. What got hot? Dame YouTube. All right. So what are we doing? What are we doing? Why are we doing it? And who are you screwing? YouTube keeps kicking me out or stopping my chat. Not stopping putting it up, just like ceasing to show me others. Oh. Oh, you're in the Inland Empire? Yeah, it's 80 degrees here. Um, but uh, supposedly temperatures are going to drop.
Oh, yes.
Supposedly today the high is going to be 87. That's quite a
Wow,
high
that's
high.
fun.
But tomorrow 80, Friday 73. I say yes. 87 is above the average high for here.
Damn.
Right, it's 17 degrees above the average high. Ah, Fontana. Many are the times that I've driven through Fontana.
Are you done with your plate and stuff?
Yes, I am, darling. Thank you for asking.
Sure.
Okay. Well, I could wrap this up. We could go do a couple of tasks that I want to do together. If possible. I could pull some polls. Could watch some TV. I'm kind of feeling pretty chill today. I'm happy enough just relaxing, chilling, shooting some b-ball outside of the school. But I may want to get another thing or two done before I settle into just consuming TV. For example, I could do what I was talking about, which is start some kind of composting bag. I could just dig a trough kind of near where the weed plant is and make that a compost trough. It'd be good to put, I don't know, maybe it would just be, I don't know, maybe it's too much work. It's not that much work really, but maybe it is too much work. I think like maybe it'd be good to throw away all the food stuff actually in a compost pile in the trash can. But it's a good town, just a lot of people, a lot of people. Montana, well, the whole general LA, San Bernardino area is full of people. Lots and lots of them. Here's my lighter. Oh, I know what we need to do before I stop streaming. I need to drive down to the shed to get another propane bottle. When did I put them upstairs already? I don't remember. Chris and Jennifer are here. Hello from Athens, Texas, they say. Welcome to Mariposa, California, home to Yosemite National Park. You know, the one with the big rocks. Like El Capitan. People probably know Yosemite mostly these days, I bet, from that National Geographic documentary Free Solo, in which Alex Holland, or whatever his name is, climbed up one of those rocks without any ropes or anything, all in like 4 hours. Put enzyme pet odor cleaner under your kitchen sink. It licenses the smell BioClean. All right, cool, Cameron. Thank you for that. What are you looking for a title for? Well, a live stream. So in this particular instance, I chose what makes a good title as the title. It turns out not I don't think to have been a particularly good title because when I have good titles to ask questions, many people come in and answer the question. In this instance, Chris and Jennifer, you're one of the few people who come in and actually address the title at all. So one could say that one thing that makes a good title is if it's going to ask a question, it's a good sign that it's a good title if a lot of people come in and answer the question. Oh my God, I'm on fire. But so this title is, yeah, right. I had some titles are like, one title that was very successful is, What's Your Paranormal Experience? And I got a lot of people come in and say that, right? And then, like, a title that was pretty successful was, Can, can this old man be trolled? That obviously is going to invite a fair amount of trolliness, but it's, you know, it was a good, effective title. Or is this old man allowed to YouTube? That one seemed to do pretty well. Um, I don't doubt that if I wanted to get topical, I could make a title about Palestine and Israel. How many people come in here and say Palestine or Israel? How many people? Many people. Have you ever used a lighter to burn up your hair? Yes, I have. Lots of times. I lots of times use lighters still to this day to do that exactly that. Is this old man under investigation? That would get people to click. The answer is no. Has AI, does AI signal the end? Does AI signal the end, all in caps? Question mark, exclamation point. It's a good title, Chris and Jennifer. Good title. I like it. Yes, I have a child. Her name is Delilah. She lives in Los Angeles County, and she's 25 years old. She is not Rachel's daughter, obviously, because Rachel's only 39, and we've only been together for less than 5 years, so that wouldn't make any sense. AI is the beginning. It's the beginning of the end, or the end of the beginning. I don't. I don't think I learned it from anybody. I think we just independently came up with that idea. I don't know. It's the best way to get lots of different hairs, but like I also get there's sometimes this mole, I get hairs down here at the bottom of my lower back, including on this mole down here. So then I use my lighter to get those hairs off. That's where it started. Probably was getting hairs elsewhere on my body that aren't on my head, and then I moved up to my ears. They started getting too fuzzy. Man, you live in a good place. Hardly any Superfund sites around you at all. That seems like a low bar, actually. You're not near any toxic waste dumps. Woohoo! It does smell bad. That's why I don't use a lighter to cut my hair. You're just north of the second largest Superfund site in America. Well, is the fun cleaning it up? Give me a coin on top of a mountain in Colorado with no amenities away from the world any day. A cabin. Okay. Well, Chris and Jennifer, let me show you where we live. We have all the amenities you could possibly want. We've got fiber internet. They just put it in like few months ago. We got fiber internet. We got, let's see, electricity. But we have to be on propane, and we are on septic. Almost all around here is on well water. We're on water tower water, but we have neighbors fairly nearby. But this little neighborhood with these neighbors is very isolated. So like, this is like down at the bottom of this little hill here is a stream that you might be able to hear. Right now the dryer is going, so it's making some background noise. Washer and dryer are going. Anyway, that's the gully down there. And then this is our hill here. In fact, what we're going to do before I end streaming is we got to drive down to that shed down there in the little wilderness car and get another bottle of propane, because my torch is out of propane. But before we do that, let's just do that. So anyway, but we're not super isolated, because look, we've got one neighbors that are right down there. So we're pretty isolated. We have all the amenities, but we don't have to worry about like off the grid shit, you know. I couldn't survive any place where I didn't have plenty of internet. We've got 200 upload and 200 download. The 200 download is not that impressive. 200 upload, it's impressive. It's better internet than I had in LA. It's crazy. All right. Oh, I know where the key to the little wilderness car is. It's in the jacket pocket. It's in the pocket of the jacket. It's hanging in the bathroom. Voila. Excellent job remembering that, Eric. Excellent. Good work. You're a real winner in a game of life today. Today, unlike most days, you are a real winner in the game of life. Rachel and I tried to play the game of life yesterday. We did play it for a while. And then Rachel accidentally pushed the wrong button or something. And it got messed up and we quit. So let's go down to the shed. Go in there. Eric, you might be saying, are you really so lazy that you're driving your little wilderness car down to the shed? I really am. It's a steep hill. Look how steep this hill is. I don't want to walk up that hill. Okay, here's this beautiful tree that is called a flowering dogwood. And we've got these, this time of year, it looks nice because of these flowering dogwood trees. See, it's like, it's pointing the wrong direction. This flowering dogwood tree. There's another one right there. It's got these white flowers all over it. Anyway, I'm going into the shed. If I take you into the shed, we will lose internet. So I'll just leave you right there. We got one. Might be the last one. I think I might have another one in the garage, but there's also the one at Ruben and Acacia's. The other house. Along with all my tools are over there tall. Let me bring this back to here. That's fine. Alright, so now here's the deal. Do we want to back up the hill? No. Should we have backed down the hill? No. What we're going to do instead is turn around. Guess it's like a 50-point turn. Well, so it goes. Sometimes you have to make many points in your turn. This is one of those times. There's a tennis ball that belongs to the neighbor's dog. You guys need to stop falling over all the time. Like, are you drunk or what? You are fine, but try to be less clumsy. This tennis ball belongs to the neighbor. Okay. So now, hopefully their dog will find their tennis ball, her tennis ball. I threw it up onto their driveway, figured it would roll down towards their house. That's called being a good neighbor, giving them back their tennis ball. I could have kept that tennis ball for myself, thrown it, chased it around, picked it up in my mouth for myself. But I'm not selfish like that. Alright. We are done going to the shed. We just have to back into the driveway, into the garage. There we go. Nice and easy. Go and yeah. There. Wonderful. We did it. We went to the shed and we got the thing. Yeah, we did it. We did it. See? Hooray for us. Good job, everybody. High five.
You're doing so much stuff. You did it.
I did it. Have a great day, Chris and Jennifer. And thanks for being here. Appreciate it. This part goes on here. Like this. Life's a circle. Circles aren't good because you don't get anywhere with a circle. You just stay and just go around in a circle forever. That's why I selected rectangle. My life is rectangular. I just got a new torch for my propane. Propane for my torch.
Yay!
Yay! Now I can pull bong rips properly instead of improperly. Or triangles are fine too for a smaller 21. But yeah, it's, well, the concept is the same. You never get anywhere, right? If you keep following the path, you just end up where you started. That was nice going down to the shed. It's not too buggy today.
That's good.
I bet it'll get less buggy as the temperature drops.
Yeah.
And then when it gets hot again, too, it'll also be less buggy. I think we've gone through the buggiest period, but we may get a period of time where there's more face flies.
It's going to be a lot more of the same kind of weather for the upcoming week.
No, Ruben and Acacia are still here in Mariposa. They're at the other house. Life's about little joys, little wins, and not freaking out. But it's pure misery most of the time. I wouldn't say that, but I don't think it's. I definitely don't think it's circular. You know, there is a. It's more like a series of video games you play, each of which has levels. You know, over the course of your life, you apply yourself to different video games, but they are not enjoying any air conditioning, Putty Cat. And the high today is supposed to be 87. Although that seems a little high, given that it's only 80 now, and it's not going to get that much hotter than it is right now. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon already. Where is this 87? I don't see 87. Now the high's 80. It says 87, but then if you look at the hourly, not a single one of the hours is 87. It's just lying. Oh, yeah. Rachel, you know what's on tonight?
What?
Rangers.
That's so nerve-wracking.
Rangers, Panthers. Well, Iron Lion, sure, you can use words like that, right? You can say, in some sense, we can interpret meow to be meow. Even though it actually isn't meow, we can interpret it that way. And we can find ways in which it is meow. Well, yeah, you can find ways and articulate ways in which life is circular, or things are circular, or you always come back to the same place you originated from in some sort of grand metaphysical sense. You could make that metaphoric claim, but it's not actually true. That's why It's not true for individuals, and it's not true for humanity. That's why civilization is in a very different place than where it started. Vastly different. And most individuals, every individual, currently, except for newborn babies, is in a vastly different place than they were when they started. That's literally meaning it, right? If you want to talk about a bunch of metaphorical, like, and yet in some way, aren't you? Don't you come back to being a baby? Not necessarily. My mom may have. My dad didn't. Joe Sloan says it's snowing where you're at. Where are you at? There's snowing. Are you like in the southern hemisphere? The proper way to ask that question, Ireland, is why do the British speak American and not English? The answer is because America gets to say what happens. America said America. I have to water my shrubbery. Well, William, please don't forget to water your shrubbery. The single best thing that you've done, says Casey Jones, is he's let go of guilt by trying to be a kind person to all people, and I don't act out every time something bugs me. Yeah, well, I would say that my growth in general um, has also been towards less reactivity. Rain is here and asked me about how it is without cigarettes. It's fine, you know, it's fine. It's been relatively painless. I don't know. When you know that there's not, it's like, when you know you're not quitting cigarettes, but mourning their death from you and their death in your life, it's a different experience. So I do have these vapes that I hit sometimes. Sometimes I just hold them in my hands. They don't. This is not smoking, right? These vapes are not. They are not definitely not cigarettes. The thing that I miss about cigarettes, and the thing that I don't really miss it per se, but the thing that I'm getting accustomed to is in not smoking cigarettes is that cigarettes play this big role, have historically, in my segmenting out time. So, okay, commercial or boring part during the TV show, I will go open those shutters, go stand outside, smoke a cigarette, and watch through the window. Come back inside. It's this whole routine of actions, right? So I still sometimes go outside when I'm streaming, as I in fact will now. I guess I'll stand outside for no other reason than to demonstrate, so that I have that same associative link. When I have that associative link, I have something at least to do for a second outside. The thing is, I appreciate also how much I don't really have to stand out there if I don't want to, and I don't have to go into the garage as an alternative. I just stay in here. So I hit these things. I don't know exactly how much. Uh, not that much, right? I smoke far fewer puffs of these, I think, than I did of cigarettes over the course of a day. But you're over a month smoke free too. Name in progress. I will get to you in 1 second. Uh, yeah. So for me, it'll be a month tomorrow. No, Friday. Yeah, the car's butt free. I've thrown away all the cigarette butts I could, so I don't have to see them. I appreciate the car's really quite clean. Hunter S. Thompson. Let's talk about Hunter S. Thompson for a second. Um, I mean, I guess I'm still addicted to nicotine because I still have these things occasionally. But I don't care about that really. I I don't like the idea of continuing to vape indefinitely. I don't think vaping is good for you really, but I don't think it's quite as bad as cigarettes. But I definitely want to quit vaping too, you know. Do I feel physically a little better after quitting? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, is are my lungs better off with the amount of cigarettes I was smoking before compared to without with this compared against the amount of cigarettes I was smoking before? This plus additional weed that I'm smoking probably to compensate. And it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. But the other thing about these things is like with this one, I sometimes hit this one, but I only ever hit this one into my mouth, not into my lungs. And that your mouth can absorb nicotine too. This one is harsher. It's because, from what I understand, talking to somebody here on the stream who was a former manager of a vape shop, there's two kinds of like glycerin or whatever it is they use in these things. One of them is not tolerated well by a fair amount of people. The thing is, Raina, I didn't vape nicotine at all before I quit smoking cigarettes. This is just a quit smoking aid for me, and I don't plan on ever getting. I don't plan on buying these things again. Like when they run out, as they're running out or whatever, I could imagine myself still pulling air through it, but not having any meow come out, and still have that kind of habit for a while. Two types of synthetic nicotine. Well, anyway, it is the case, top tier cheer, that these are not good for you. But it's also the case that if they successfully get me to quit smoking and I don't persist in vaping, then that will be probably a lot better for me than if I had continued smoking cigarettes. So, you know, it's a it's a tricky business in life trying to figure out exactly whether the meow is the meow or the meow is the meow sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Don't do deep knee bends in the cucumber patch. Fair enough. Fair enough. So, if I'm going to do any additional tasks here before probably wrapping this up and watching the Rangers game, what would they be? Huh. 12 milligrams of one synthetic nicotine is equal. Oh, I see. You replace it with THC oil. I mean, the thing is, I'm not sure they are the lesser of the evils, Rana, but I am sure, or relatively sure, that as long as this vaping represents substantially less puffs into my lungs than I did with cigarettes, as it currently does, and hopefully even fewer over time, then it's on balance a better decision for me. I think if you vape a lot, if you vape more than you smoke, or vape as much as you smoke, then I'm not sure it's better for you. But I definitely vape less than I smoke. If you count it in terms of total puffs, the issue with vapes is their convenience. So, well, that might be true for somebody if you're saying like, um, you don't want to start vaping because it's too convenient. You can vape in a lot of places, and nobody will know it. Well, that might be true, but for me, and it's always the case that, and this is why people should be cautious about saying this is bad for you, that is bad for you. And in every instance, somebody's got some story like mine, right? In my instance, it's a story everyone goes, okay, well, I accept that story. But there's not really any reason to accept my story over anybody else's story. And you don't understand, just because you can understand my story and why I'm using these vapes, whereas you can't understand Joe's story and why he's using these vapes. Maybe Joe's story is um, he's he has to either put up with a lot or do a lot of shit he doesn't like to do, and he's just like, fuck, I just need something to just like, I almost want to like just punch myself in the face or something. And so he does it for those reasons. You might think that's not legitimate. It's like that's a mental or emotional reason, and that's not legitimate. Whereas Eric's reason for vaping is legitimate because he's actually using it as a quit smoking aid, so that's okay. Yeah, if it's always their business, right? It's always they know best what they should be doing and why they're doing it, and we shouldn't presume to be telling other people things like this is bad for you. Blah, blah, blah. I don't think nicotine is bad for you. Yeah, I do think cigarette smoking is bad for you, and vaping I think is probably bad for you. The interesting thing about vaping is, right, provided everyone's life choices doesn't include stuff that is violating of the rights of others, then yeah, everyone's life and choices are legitimate. Everyone has ownership of their body and agency and autonomy, and all the rights and responsibilities accordingly.
I get worried about my vaping, but it's so like difficult because besides smoking joints, like it's like the only way that I don't cough.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about vaping the kind of oils you're vaping. We get the higher end THC oils. It's actually well made oil. Then it's probably more healthy than smoking flower. And the thing about vaping THC oil, you are not vaping. You are smoking. That's smoking. That causes the oil to smoke, generate smoke,
Uh,
and that's what you inhale.
uh,
It's called vaping because it uses the same mechanism of heating as these things. But these things don't produce any smoke. That produces nothing but smoke, right?
yeah, I mean, it really is like so enjoyable for me.
It's what you want to do, you know?
I don't cough as much. Like I can easily put it in my purse. I can smoke when I'm in bed. I love that.
I remember, Rachel, for years, you had to fight for your right to party,
It's true.
and you were oppressed. You were not allowed to do what you want. So, that hijacks the natural processes of somebody. Maybe if you hadn't been, you know, cajoled into agreeing with this set of bullshit that you didn't agree with at all, and accepting all this bullshit that you didn't want to accept at all, then you would have gone through a more natural process of like de- developing habits and also getting accustomed to setting your own limits according to your own understandings of things. It's like we're both having to grow in some ways in that area because Um, Here we are in a circumstance where we don't have any boss. We don't have any people telling us what to do. We can do whatever we want. And um, the only thing preventing us from just falling into a pit of squalorly hedonistic debauchery is our own restraint
Mm-hmm.
and our own understanding now increasingly of how good life can, how good a simple, comfortable life can be. It doesn't need to have a lot of bells and whistles, right? I mean, we have it really good on days when we do absolutely nothing and eat a few microwave meals. We have it fantastic.
Yeah, we do.
Um, it depends on you gotta be a good shopper when it comes to vape carts. Can I hit that?
Yeah.
Is this the jack? Oh,
No, it's
this is
not.
the
I
other one.
can
I can
replace
tell. No,
it.
no, this is fine.
I'm
This,
trying to
no, yeah, I agree.
save the jack
Sure,
because
sure, I get you.
that's
Uh,
how I am. I save the best for last.
this was the most expensive one, or the best one according to the guy at the store that they had. But Rachel and I both like the other one better, which is the Jack Herrera one. Well, conscientiousness isn't so much a, it's not an attribute people have or a trait. It's instead a label that people apply to mm, the amount of weight people place on reliability. But we aren't being conscientious, really. Conscientiousness implies that you are exercising some kind of self discipline. We're just learning to live happy. And, like, for me, that involves doing a certain amount of SI stuff, cooking, cleaning, um, digging in the dirt outside. I'm growing up, becoming more of an adult. Because, why? Because I'm afforded this situation that no, that only children, that even children would dream to have. A situation where I just screw around all the time. If I want to play video games all day, I play video games all day. A couple times a day, usually. This is live resin, I believe. What's the difference,
Yeah.
anyway?
I don't know what the difference is either.
Maybe it's rosin. I don't know. I don't think we even have the box anymore that came in. But unfortunately, we didn't go to the store ourselves this time. We took advantage of the fact that our friends were heading up here, and we asked them to stop by a weed store on the way up and get us a couple of carts. Because for us, it's an hour drive to the weed store, which isn't super long, but you know, this is good too.
Yeah, it is.
There's a little more coffee. 40 for a pack of 20s? Order 20s. You mean a 20 pack of cigarettes is $40? Where? I mean, where could it possibly be $40 for a pack of cigarettes? The thing is, if you're a head like me and Rachel, where we smoke weed all day, you don't exactly get high. You sort of stay slightly faded. Still quite expensive for a pack of cigarettes. I was paying under 110 for a carton at the bootjack market. Oh, I see. Rosin is solventless. Essentially, they'll press a few nugs of weed in between a hot press, squeezing out all the rosin. Hot press, too hot. So the advantage, I think, the one thing that I would say about vapes that or makes them a great quit smoking aid is the fact that you can pull it just into your mouth. You don't have to pull it into your lungs, and you'll still get some nicotine from that, you know. And it's not very desirable to pull in your lungs because it kind of makes your throat scratchy, and it doesn't hit nice like a cigarette, you know. I see. Well, the Rangers are at. Good question. Excellent question. The Rangers are at. Yeah, o'clock. They start playing at 5 o'clock. It's currently 4:34, so we're going to start it in 26 minutes. In the meantime, I want to I'm interested in making trying this thing here. Custom mode. Welcome to custom mode. Huh. Enter style of music. Enter your own lyrics. Huh. Um, can you make how does this even work? I was expecting to like put in chords and stuff. Okay. Well, I'm gonna enter in my own lyrics. Let's see what lyrics I have here. Open. No, I don't say that. All right. Well, paste these lyrics in here. Oh yeah, that's fine. Paste. Now, style of music. Um, like, or what could you put here? I'm gonna put harpsichord indie pop. Um, 80s hip hop. Okay. Go. What's this thing do? What am I supposed to do? Go. Enter. Your title. The song. Randall's heroic battle. Create. It's like, is it just, you just write that and just make something up for you? That should end right there. This is crazy. I put in these lyrics. Check this shit out, Rachel. I put in these lyrics and I put style of music here, and it makes up a song for you.
It's an AI thing?
Yeah, it's an AI thing.
Can I try?
Yeah, sure. What do you want to do? Like, you mean you want to pick a style of music?
I want to write lyrics and have them make a song.
Okay, sure. Do you want to write the lyrics first and then make
Yeah,
something?
I want to see how it takes the.
Right, what I'm saying is, like, I had these lyrics already written, right? I just copied and pasted and put it in here. Do you want to write them right
I
now?
want to make a song about the battle of two AI GPT chats.
Okay. Do you want to write it on paper first and then give it to me and I'll type it in?
Sure.
Or do you want to just type it in? Do you want to type it in real time or what?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
here.
don't know what the. I just want to see what comes out. I don't know.
Let's make a new song then. Okay. So what's not custom mode? Let me just let's see if we can make a new song. How do you do that? Create. Home. Create. All right, we'll just get rid of these lyrics. Then. I accept that already. Jeez. Get rid of these lyrics. Push.
Okay, so never mind. I don't have the like. I don't have what exactly I want to write. I just want lyrics about the battle, like almost like the battle of Yoshimi.
Like, okay, right, the cute AIs battling against one another, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, whose creative slave machine can now defeat the other, given both are better artists than either, and each of their mothers. Artificial, is it false? Counterfeit or wrong? When AI battles AI 2 and how to write a song. There. There's your lyrics about meow.
Thanks.
Now, like, what kind of style do you want it to be?
What is like in the style? I want in the style of the band who sings Yoshimi.
Okay.
What are they called again?
Like, sounds like the Flaming Lips. Or just
Yeah.
put Flaming Lips. See what that does. Title it AI Fight. Create.
Whose creative slave machine can about defeat the other? Oh my god, I love this so much. Artificial is this false, counterfeit or all wrong. The AI battles AI too in how to write a song.
Sounds kind of like Jimmy Buffett, really, more
Yeah,
than
it doesn't
Flaming
sound.
Lips. Let's try putting like uh, electronic synth pop. This is kind of a fun app.
This is really fun.
It's called Suno.com create or slash create in existence, but it's called Suno.com. All right, so this one is supposed to be. This is another. This is the other choice
Let's
again.
see.
You get two choices for Flaming Lips. Again, it sounds like Jimmy
Yeah,
Buffett.
it does. Sounds very 80s.
Crazy.
It is.
That's wild, man. All right, there's another one of these things that was recommended as well. Okay. Great. Okay. That's all a song about a gymnast competing in equestrian events. In the style hip hop and okay. Write your own lyrics, or you can put your own lyrics. Okay. She was a gymnast. She had it all going on. She flipped in the air when she, she could do all the moves. She could tumble and jump. She pummeled like candy. She paralleled bars parallel bars. Parallel. How do you spell parallel? How do you spell parallel? Parallel. Why doesn't it pop up anything parallel? How the fuck do you spell parallel?
Wait. Go back to it. LLEL.
Para.
Yeah.
Okay, good. She stuck all the landings. Gymnastics, though, was not her game. And though it brought her family shame, she was just a gymnast competing in equestrian events. Excellent. Lyrics tip. Drop. Mm. Spoon solo? How about, what other kind of solo could there be? How about a scat solo? See if they do that. All right. What's this? No. Did I lose all my shit? Oh, no, yeah. Okay. Whew. Now what? No, it's not instrumental. Create. Creating my tracks. Let's see how they sound.
Yay.
This is a song about a gymnast competing in an equestrian event. It's hip hop MB, and dance hall. Okay. And it's funny. It's like this thing is saying I created this. I didn't create this. This is like the guy at the organ store who plays the organ by pressing a button. Come on, slowpoke. Could you get any slower? See what else is going on here. Hello, everybody. Sorry for being away for so long. I was playing with that thing.
It's fun.
Oh yeah, I'll put it in the chat. Okay. So we've got this thing. This first one was called suno.com. I'll put it here. And the second one is called uido.com. Obviously, this makes it potentially very easy for somebody to upload, quote unquote, write and upload a song. You know, does this qualify as writing a song? I don't think so, but not that kind of organs, okay? Not that kind of organs. Hi, Torah Lover 22. Happy birthday to you too. Well, stick me in some bread and call it a ham sandwich. How are you? Doing pretty good. Yeah, what are they doing? We are meowing. Oh, you are the air, you're Casper the Ghost. Damn, bro, you all arguing in here? No. I see that Serenity got away with various stuff. Okay, fine. Let's see if this song is done now. No, I don't have any liver for sale. I'm sorry. See how it sounds.
Oh. That's
Terrible.
funny.
She was a gymnast, she had it all going on. She could do all the moves, she could tumble and jump. She pummeled like candy, she parallel bars, she stuck all the landing. Gymnastics though was not her game, and she had brought her family shame. She was just a gymnast, competing in equestrian events.
Not bad.
Not bad.
That one, no. But
No.
not bad on the other one.
No, not bad on the other one at all.
You know, I could write better lyrics than that, I think, though. So, you know, maybe next time I'll write some better lyrics. Time for some meatloaf and whipped potatoes.
I want to write like a song that uses lines from the chat. Not now, but I'm saying like.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Who is that guy on the screen? That's me, everybody. That's me. These are the things that YouTube recommends to me. Walk in the strip in PDC. What does that mean? I wonder. Is that what it looks like when you see a thumbnail for a vertical stream? Whoa there, hey. Oh, I see. I watched this lady before. Somebody was saying, I was watching this drunk lady before. This girl is, in fact, apparently a bit of a drunk. She is currently live streaming from Playa del Carmen. She got 51,000 subs. Kimberly is her channel. Spelled, I'll put a link to it. How does her channel look like this? Wow. What's up with that? Does this how my channel look? No. Does it? It's not black like this now, is it?
No, I don't think so.
I wouldn't even know how you get your. Wait, it is like that now. What's going on? Did I have this on dark mode or something? Oh, I have it on dark mode. Normal. I see. Okay. Well, yeah, it was just on. Somehow it gotten on, like, inverted color or whatever. Yeah, that's what happened. All right. Well, it's about time for the Rangers game. So I think let's maybe end the stream and watch the Rangers game.
Okay.
Unless you prefer, if you want to chime in, you tell me what you want.
No, that sounds good. I'm just challenging AI stuff now.
Okay, so you're just playing with AI stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Well then, I will end the stream now, and then we will see you later. Watch some hockey, take a shower at some point, etc. Miggity meow, miggity meow. Have a great day, and we love you.